Okay. Good morning. It is Tuesday, November 10th. It is 10:01, and we are here for our pre-org meeting. Today we will be the purpose of the workshop is we have protocol review, recognitions and resolutions and invocation. We will have lunch for 45 minutes. We'll have board member priorities, board meeting calendar review on article assignments. We will have a break. We will have a discussion for board chair and vice chair positions, and then next steps. Today we also have Ms. Giovanelli and Ms. Fisher on the telephone. Is that correct, ladies?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
I'm here.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Cindy.
Morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. It's nice to be here, and it's great to see our board reorganizing with the same members. So that should give us a little less comprehensive work to do when it comes to our protocol review. So I'm going to pull that up for us this morning. Congratulations to our board members who were reelected, and I'm looking forward to working with all of you again throughout this year. We're going to go through our protocol manual that we've talked about several times in the last few months, and I just wanted to highlight the areas that are in red and make sure that everyone is in agreement with those changes and that I interpreted them correctly as we went through. So we're just going to go right through, and we're only going to stop at red unless you have a question about another area. So we started out with our standards of ethical conduct. There were no changes there. Our operating procedures and protocol with correspondence, there was a lot of discussion, but no changes were agreed upon. So if there are changes that you want to be made around that protocol for correspondence, then we will need to bring those forward now. Ms. Gittens.
Can I ask a question? Did we ever decide, we talked a lot about the emails coming in and how the redundancy of board members being sent an email individually, but the rest of us are not aware of that. So did we ever conclude how? Because if I get one that's addressed to me, I may answer it, not knowing that someone else has also received it individually and they answer it. And it's also gone to the board office and it's been answered.
Correct. And there was a lot of discussion around that. My understanding was that you would copy board members when you were answering those, since you did not know whether additional board members had received the same email.
Ms. Morgan, please.
Yeah, I have a thought. So we designate somebody to respond to emails, right?
Can you talk into the microphone, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just thinking out loud. So we designate somebody to respond to those that are addressed to the board office, et cetera. Maybe those that come in individually, that person who responds typically for the board, responds on behalf of the board and shares that email, and that way everybody else knows that it's been responded to. Does that make sense?
I believe that was the conversation that we did have, is that whoever does respond, if it comes to us as individuals, because we do not know if in fact anyone else had received that when we did respond, that we would respond and copy. That way it would allow everybody to know that it had been responded to.
But I'm thinking about the person who's responsible for responding on behalf of the board.
That's the chair.
Right.
No, that's, well, anyway.
The chair responds to emails that come in to the
Right,
board.
right.
And the board office,
Yes, so what I'm saying is that when an email comes in individually, assuming the board chair is included, board chair responds on behalf of the board and copies everybody.
but how do I know that? How do I know if the email comes to me, Chris Patrica, and I don't see that other board members are copied? I think that's what Gwen is talking about.
Right.
We receive these individual emails. I have no way of knowing it's arrived in every one of our inboxes. I respond, I copy all board members, and then all board members know that this person has received a response.
Right, and perfect example of that is this weekend, there was a respond that Ms. Vaughn responded to and copied us on that.
Okay.
I know I received it as a individual person, but when she replied, it was sent to all of us, so I know that she replied. But still, if you wanted to respond to that, you still have the right to respond to them.
No, I understand. I guess my concern is that some people respond in a more temperate tone than others, and less critical tone. And so, my concern continues to be that there's a common message coming out from the board in response to questions raised. So, and I'm just going to let it go at that. Because I do think what we have works, but I am concerned that the way it works right now does allow for some intemperate comments to be made by individual board members, and it looks like it's representing the board.
So right now, if,
Ms.
I don't know if
Giovanelli?
you can see it.
Do you have a comment? Ms. Giovanelli?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say my name. Well, actually, yes, and the other issue as well is...
Miss Jordan?
Yes, ma'am?
Yes, this is Miss Fisher. So we have...
Yeah, Ms. Fisher, Ms. Giovanelli was speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I'll call on you as soon as she's finished speaking, okay? Thank you.
The other issue is that the person that's being responded to doesn't realize that they just assume that nobody else is going to is just being blatantly not responding when someone responds to everyone. So that has to be a clear message that one person is responding for everyone, because otherwise they go around saying that no one responded to them, or only one person responded to them, when in fact that one person is responding for the board. So that is what's not being a clear message back to the person that sent the email. Do you understand what I'm saying?
And Ms. Giovanelli, when you do speak, if you could speak a little bit louder, so that way Ms. Thomas can make sure that she's getting everything that you're saying. And Ms. Fisher, will you please
Thank
share?
you. Yes, thank you. I was just going to say that we have a standard board response that says, I'm forwarding this to the superintendent and his staff so that he can adequately respond to you. And then I am also copying my fellow board members so that they are aware that this is being handled. So, and I think we did have that conversation, and it seems to work. Sometimes it comes to us all and looks like it just comes to an individual. If the board secretary responds with that same response, that we have all been copied and that the superintendent is notified, then I don't respond, because that would be saying the same thing twice.
Thank you. Ms. Morgan?
Yeah, then I would simply ask that people not editorialize, that they use the standard response, period. And no personal comments. And then if they're responding on behalf of the board, and then if they want to make personal comments, they can do that independently in a separate message. But I am concerned. So I want it to be a consistent message. And if we stick to that standard comment, I'm okay.
Okay, Mr. Bruno, did you have something to say?
So I just want to make sure that it's clear what the policy is, to make sure everyone is on the same page.
Thank you.
Because on page 6, it's very explicit that if an email is received that is not copied to all board members and does not require the superintendent's attention, the board member may choose to forward the email to the chair or may personally respond to the email with a copy to all board members. That's what your current policy is right now.
Okay, Ms. Gittens?
Okay, so, and thank you for that comment. The question that brings up too is, does not require the superintendent's attention. Well, that kind of, takes away the statement above that everything we get, we respond with, thank you for your email, copy and superintendent. But then we say does not require superintendent's attention. What falls under that premise, and how is that decided? I think another possible solution is using what we have here as, thank you for your email and this verbiage that we've come across, that we put together, and then if a individual board member decides that they want to respond individually to that person, perhaps we should have verbiage that says, I am responding to you not as, representing the entire board. That may not be exactly what the words are, but does that make sense? In other words, saying, yes, we received your email, I personally would like to respond to you as well, and I am not representing the entire board.
Well, would that be when you, instead of saying "we," when you're writing something, you say "I," because then you're speaking on yourself and not a "we"?
Yes,
think
but
it's a
I think
simple word.
officially we need to say, the caveat that I am not representing the board, in case something comes up. I mean, someone can come back and say, well, the board said this. No. Anyway, I think she has her hand up as well.
So the fundamental question that the board needs to answer is, when you're receiving these emails, which will address what Ms. Morgan is concerned about, are you going to respond to these emails with a unified voice as a board, or are you going to respond to these emails individually? Currently, you're allowed to respond to them individually, and I think that's what you need to decide, is which way do you want to go?
I'm sorry. I have a
Go ahead, Ms. Patrica.
Which ones are we allowed to respond to individually?
The emails that come directly to you.
Right, but the ones that don't require the superintendent's attention or intervention.
Correct, but
I'm at construction advisory and I say, email me and we'll have lunch. I respond to that directly, but anything that requires a copying of the superintendent, if it comes to me individually, I'm copying all board members and I'm answering on behalf of the board.
I think the question that Ms. Gittens was talking about is the determination as to whether or not it requires the superintendent's attention.
Well, if it's district business, then it requires, I think that's pretty.
Do we feel that this is a broken system? Is this something that is broken, that we need to address or to fix? Ms. Vaughn?
Yeah, I believe that the only time that we've had some real issues, and occasionally one or more emails slip through the system without any answers, is when there's an issue that brings forth lots of opinions on one side or the other. Everybody can think of issues like that, and I think sometimes it's overwhelming perhaps for the board chair to answer 15, 20 or more emails that are saying something very similar. And I think in that kind of situation, when we get a deluge of issues, or responses on issues, that's when we've had a problem, because my main concern is that somebody's email is just going to slip through the cracks and not get any kind of an answer.
Well, and if I know that when we had that incident with the reopening of the schools, okay, everybody was inundating us with emails. So what the solution was, we had a email specifically for that, where that could go there and everybody could be responded to. So, we did come up with a solution to.
Yeah, but that wasn't foolproof, because a lot of people still wrote to the board at that time, right, Cindy? And
Yes.
That was an example of one that really shouldn't have gone to the superintendent. It should have been forwarded directly to, I forget what we called
The reopening, and I think-
School's email.
Yeah, something like that.
But that's what happened, right? You received tons of them from us and everyone else, sending them, forwarding
Yeah,
them
but
to you.
my point is, when you have just a flood of those, it becomes very work intensive if the board chair is the designated person. And I know at one point, Ms. Fisher designated, or Ms. Patrica to answer questions on, I can't remember if it's graduation or one of those things. And, you know, that was the discussion that we had. Should that go to just a board member, or should the chair then designate the vice chair to help answer, or to answer all issues regarding reopening of school or
Recall that
whatever?
conversation,
Pardon?
for sure.
I think that was our discussion.
This was a prior discussion that the board did have, and I do believe that the board, I don't know if you had reached consensus on it, but I do believe that there was a good discussion as to when you have these occasions where you have all of these emails, that the vice chair would assist with responding to them, is my recollection.
From Ms. Gittens?
No, I know, I brought that up, that why not have it as the responsibility of the vice chair, just as a part of her duties or their duties, and I don't think it got very far, but when you look at the paragraph, it really leaves it up to us to basically self-govern. If it does not require the superintendent's attention, then that is a decision that if a board member gets one, then they make that decision. And then the other part is the board member may choose to forward the email to the board chair for a response. So that is giving caveat to each individual member to share it or not share it, which we are all elected officials and, you know.
And just a little history. Previously, it was that the policy or the procedure was that all emails that were received that were not copied to the board would be forwarded to the board chair, and the board chair would respond. And that was changed, I believe, 2 years ago in favor of giving members the choice whether to forward that to the chair or whether to answer and copy all board members themselves.
Ms. Gittens?
Can I put forward then and ask the question if we can just, I really think it would be beneficial to, instead of saying the board chair, say the board vice chair for this particular position. That gets rid of all of the board chair assigning it to someone and all of that. If we just have it clear cut, that instead of chair, it's vice chair that does this. So I'm putting that forward to ask if anyone would agree to that.
Ms. Fisher or Ms. Giovanelli, do you have anything to share?
This is Ms. Fisher, yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, so in that particular instance, Mrs. Patrica was kind enough to offer, when that many emails came about a subject that she was intimately involved in, all board members have the same level of authority and responsibility. And so, you know, as the chair, I had checked with the attorney, and I was within my purview to accept her offer to help. So I think that, you know, we are supposed to be working as a team, and we all have the same level of authority, whether we're called chair or vice chair or not. And the chair serves at the pleasure of the board. That means the whole board. So I really think that, you know, I think it's pretty cut and dry, and that we've had the discussion, and that we decided that we have in most cases, we have a common response. In individual cases, we respond individually. I appreciate Mrs. Morgan's comments about editorializing and making it personal unless it is a personal response. Thank you, Attorney Bruno, for clarifying the policy to indicate that we each have the opportunity to respond, and that if it requires the attention of the superintendent and staff, that we pass it on to them. But thank you all.
Ms. Patrica?
So I wonder, Ms. Morgan, whether this area that's up on the, this thing that's up on the screen right now, add a sentence that says, please accept this email as a response from the board, period. And if we use that response, then we add no editorialization at all, And if we want to do a separate response, then we can say whatever we want to say. Because I
would be fine.
understand Ms. Giovanelli's concern. I've also copied my fellow board members so that they're aware of this matter. Doesn't indicate that it's a response on behalf of the board. So indicating that it's a response, please accept this as a response on behalf of the board. Your concerns are done. We all commit to using this unless we want to do a separate response, and then we're good to go.
And I'm fine either way.
But the only thing with that is then any of us could speak on behalf of all of us, which I don't feel comfortable with that one.
No, my point is, if I get an individual email, I'm committing to the board that I will use this standard response, copy and paste, this is the standard response.
Okay.
Unless I want to do something different and separate, and then I send it under my own personal name, and I don't copy you guys, and I have my correspondence with
The
my
individual.
constituent, and we're good to go. But if we're copying the board and we're answering on behalf of the board, you use this standard language. We make that commitment to each other.
Ms. Gittens.
So,
Well, like I said
can I-
before, though, is there not wording when we're doing it on our own that takes it away from being a part of the board, that this is my personal response? I mean, I can just say that personally if I want to. I'm asking if everyone wanted to have some sentence that says this is not on behalf of the board.
I think that separates. Ms. Dupree Bruno?
I just want to make sure that it's clear with regards to your current protocol. If it does not require the superintendent's attention, you still have to copy all board members. I mean, this is what your protocol currently says.
Okay. Is there anyone else that, Ms. Gittens?
Okay, I will ask again, two things that I've asked. One is if anyone else feels that we can say the vice chair instead of the chair in this situation, since the chair has a plethora of responsibilities. And number two, if we can have some statement when we decide to respond on our own that says we are not, speaking on behalf of the board. And I would like some response to see if anybody has any desire to do either or both of those.
Ms. Morgan?
So, okay, I will respond to both. I don't support putting it in the protocol that the vice chair does the response. I think that's essentially between the chair and the vice chair, and let's keep things as flexible as possible. With respect to a formal statement in individual correspondence, I like what Member Fisher said, which is that essentially we're responsible for, we're responsible for our own correspondence, and we have an obligation to act in a professional manner and let it go with that.
Does anyone else have any comments? Ms. Giovanelli, Ms. Fisher?
Okay, so essentially nothing's going to change. That's what you're telling, that's really what we're saying here.
Ms. Giovanelli, please repeat.
Essentially, nothing is going to change.
This moment, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I support Ms. Fisher's, what she stated, because I think we've been doing that. I don't think we need to be censoring each other, so I think that we just continue doing what we're doing. I did, like what Ms. Patrica mentioned, that this is a response from the whole board so that people know that if you're replying to all, but, do we change up some of the verbiage that's in the policy here, or the protocol? So that would be the only thing, if we add that verbiage a little bit.
Ms. Fisher, and I'm calling your names because I can't see you.
Yes.
So thank you for your patience. Ms. Fisher?
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm getting an echo, but anyway, I think that what Attorney Bruno said needs to be taken into consideration, that the current protocol says that we do copy each other if it's a board business issue. If it's a lunch date, then that's our own personal thing. Because all board members need to be aware of what's going on in the entire district. We all represent the entire district.
Ms. Fisher, Ms. Vaughn?
I'm just going to go back to the concern I expressed a little while ago, that when we have those issues and there's a lot of mail, I'm concerned that some people never get an answer because I know previous issues that we've had in the past, let's say 6 months, there are emails that never got sent to me, copied to me, saying that, you know, the chair has responded, and which means I don't have to respond, but now that went to the entire board. And as I said, it becomes overwhelming, and I think it is, when it becomes overwhelming, the responsibility of the chair to designate, I would say, the vice chair. I don't like the idea, even though it may be in the purview of the chair's job description, I think it needs to be regimented to the vice chair if it becomes overwhelming.
Okay, so and correct me if I'm mistaken, so the way, right now, as far as the majority feel that this is fine the way it is, but we need to make sure to work on making sure that everybody is copied, so that way we are all aware that the individuals have been spoken to, whether it's by Ms. Thomas or by the chair. If in fact there is an overwhelming need of people to respond to, then the chair could at that point in time designate somebody to assist in making sure, and at that time they would also make sure that everything is shared, so we would all be on the same page.
The worst thing is when the people that are writing into us as a board say, I emailed a week ago and I've not heard any response at all. And I think I understand why that happens when we have a flood, but we've got to make sure that we respond to everybody's emails.
Right, no, I agree with you.
So, Ms. Jordan,
Yes,
Is
Ms. Fisher?
Yes, thank you. I just want to say that there was a period of time when the emails that I was responding to and copying the board were not received by all board members. That was a technical glitch where I was pressing board members, but it wasn't going to but only one other board member, and that has been resolved, I believe, by Dennis and the tech company, and so I think that won't be happening in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Mr. Bruno, you have?
Ms. Jordan, if you look at that paragraph where it says may choose to forward the email to the board chair, or his or her designee can be added to that. And then at the end, with a copy to all board members, if it relates to district matters. Those will be a recommendation to clarify a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question or two.
Go ahead.
The other issue that I have is that I'll get another email back from someone saying no one's ever contacted me. So what about the accountability once it leaves our hands and no one responds on the other side of it from the superintendent's office? Then what happens? So where's that accountability at?
I guess I would suggest that, this is my personal opinion, of course, if that were to take place, then it would behoove us as an individual to make sure to copy that to the board if you were the only person that had received that, so that way we can do a follow-up on that. Ms. Gittens, you had something?
Excuse me, in reference to what Ms. Fisher was saying about everyone on the board not receiving the emails, I'd just like to make a suggestion to all board members to check or have someone help them set up their mailing list to each of us and make sure it's set up correctly so that when you click on it, that we all are being copied on everything. And if you're unfamiliar with how to do it, then tech can help you set that up, just to be sure.
Yeah, and I believe that they have set that up. That's already, is that right, Mr. Dupree Bruno?
Now there is a group that is called Board Members in the Outlook, and that has all of the board members in there. And I believe Ms. Thomas is on there, and I am also in that group.
Right, and I think they sent that out to us, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month, that they had created that, so it's just a one-button push.
It's recent.
and
It's
that
within the
creates
last week
everybody.
or so.
Well, I know I had created one. What is it called?
It's board members, right?
Yes.
Yep. But they did that so it'd be easier for us versus us pulling everybody's name. And then that way, nobody's missed.
There was another group that was in there that was not correctly added, so that was causing some email issues, so they recreated that group, and it is now correct.
Right, thank you. So,
Ms. Jordan, in the interest of time, if we could have just a quick agreement, do you want the suggestion from Ms. Bruno added where it would say, if a board member receives an email that is not copied to all board members and does not require the superintendent's attention, the board member may choose to forward the email to the board chair or his or her designee, that would the addition part, for a response. Let's start with that. Would you like those words added?
anybody?
I mean, if she's recommending it,
Oh.
makes sense.
Klung is looking for a consensus.
Oh, thank you. Okay, do we have a consensus on that?
I say yes.
Ms. Giovanelli?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 5 yeses and 2 can live with it,
So we
so,
will add those. And then on Ms. Dupree Bruno's second recommendation was that at the end of that sentence, we would add the words, if it were, with a copy to all board members, and then added would be, if the matter relates to district business. So this is implying that it's district business as opposed to personal business, but does not require the superintendent's attention. So it may be that someone has written to you expressing an opinion that you don't necessarily need the superintendent to take action upon. It's just that you are replying that you've received that.
okay. Ladies, can we get a consensus on that, please? Ms. Fisher, Ms. Giovanelli?
I need that repeated again.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
What are you, the expectation of the board member?
That same paragraph, that if you receive an email that's not copied to all board members, then you have a choice to either forward it to the board chair or his or her designee for a reply, or personally respond to that email with a copy to all board members, as long as that relates to district business. If it's a personal one, you would not need to copy board members. So if someone has written to ask you to attend a luncheon, you wouldn't need to copy everyone on that.
Ms. Giovanelli, did you understand that?
Yes, so that's at our discretion. It's at our discretion. So I'm okay with that. It'll be at my discretion. Yes, I agree.
Okay, so that would be six yes, and 1 can live with it. Thank you.
Okay, so we will add those. Thank you.
What about Ms. Patrica's addition?
Yeah, can we add to this language up here, at the end of the first sentence, please accept, or maybe at the end, please accept this as a response on behalf of the board?
Are you referring to the first one where it's being forwarded to the superintendent, or the second one? Okay, the first one, so thank you for your email. On behalf of the board, I am copying the superintendent.
Yes.
Is there agreement to do that?
That 7 of us are not sending it saying the same thing.
Correct.
Yes. Ms. Giovanelli, Ms. Fisher?
I agree.
Thank you. 6, and 1 can live with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, just making sure I get it in my notes. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move forward. And I believe that was the only area that there was a lot of discussion, but really was not a clear consensus. The other items, I believe we had consensus around, and we will now look at the areas that have red. So under board workshops, there was an item added under the purpose, which is to review the agenda for the next action meeting. That had not previously been in there, so I just added that as that was something that now occurs on a regular basis. Mrs. Morgan?
Yeah, so I would like to see the board get a lot more structured on its workshops and on its commitment to workshops. So I would like to see something to the effect that there will be at least 2 workshops a month scheduled. If we don't need them, we don't have to have them, but at least it's on the schedule, because I have a real problem with workshops being scheduled, you know, and I've got personal stuff on my calendar that's a year old that, you know, I don't want to reschedule. So I'd like to see fixed workshop dates, 2 a month for the entire year. Secondly, I would like one of those dedicated to the board, and I would like the agenda to reflect the parking lot items that are, I would like parking lot items to have the consensus of the board as something the board wants to pursue. And I would like to know what the priority is with respect to those consensus items. So when the board chair is structuring the workshop, the items that are being discussed in the workshop are important to everybody on the board and are most important relative to some of the other items for discussion. So I really would like to see us be much more formal.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens?
Yeah, I brought up previously about having a board doc with the workshop topics as they come up. And I was told before that it was a security issue. I don't understand that. It's just basically a board doc that would have, excuse me, the particular topic, the date it was added, the priority status, and the date that we discussed it. And that it would be something that all of us would have access to.
Google
And I
Doc?
agree with.
A Google Doc?
I'm sorry, a Google Doc.
Is that what you meant to say?
Yes, a
Okay.
Google Doc. And that way we can look at it. And I agree with Ms. Morgan about having a workshop about the board and at that particular time. So every other month or so, we would look at this list as a board and decide, okay, this has been on there for 2 months now. The priority is way down the line. Do we want to leave it on? Do we want to move it up in priority? Or do we want to just cross it off? I think that we are losing the follow-up on workshops because, you know, we're told, okay, yes, I'm writing that down. I don't know where that is. I can't see it. I don't know, you know, and different things come up all the time, and I can't keep them all in my head to follow up on. So along with what Ms. Morgan was saying, I think we should have a board doc that has all this information, lists exactly what I said, and I can follow up and show you a sample of that, so that we are keeping on top of topics.
Ms. Jordan,
Yes?
you can have a list, but you can't obviously discuss anything within that Google Drive or what have you. What you can do is just have a list, and then at your workshop, maybe take a couple of minutes just to go through that list and prioritize and just kind of decide what you want to continue on with or take off. You can do that, but you can't do anything else within that Google Drive, because that will be a violation of Sunshine.
But and may I just say, I'm not asking anybody to work on it or add comments or do anything to it, but to be able to look at it. And let's say I asked about, you know, a particular workshop topic, and I want to see, well, when is that coming up? I mean, there's no communication between board members.
So long as there's no communication, you can have the list, and then you can discuss it at your workshop.
Okay, Ms. Patrica?
And I have concerns about Google Doc for that exact reason. You know me and the rule following. Somebody might perceive something to be a sunshine violation while others might not. If we all have access to a document that we can edit, we can communicate outside the sunshine, and I don't feel comfortable with having that ability. I don't understand why it can't be a Word document. Why does it have to be something that we can access and edit?
Not edit, I said twice now.
I understand, but
With
if it's
not
in Google
allow-
Docs,
But
we
in
have the
Google Docs, you
ability
can
to edit.
turn off the editing feature.
You have a vehicle to be able to see your agendas when you have your one-on-ones with the superintendent. You can keep that list there where none of the board members have access to it to modify it or change it. It's just a list. You can do that.
Great.
Ms. Jordan?
Yes, Ms. Fisher?
If that's okay with Dr. Atkins, I just kind of threw that out there. I don't know if it's okay with him.
Sorry, just 1 second, please. Go ahead, Ms. Fisher.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say that each time that a topic was brought up and asked to be held for workshop, that has been done. There is a document that Ms. Schaefer keeps, and all of those items are on that list. It was explained to me by the superintendent's staff that some of those items would be dealt with at a time concurrent with the similar item that was being presented by staff, which would make it easier for staff to stay on their schedule because we have, renewals of contracts and different items that they have a schedule for. So those workshop items have been placed on that list and will be included in those different briefings and other workshops as they come up in a timely fashion. So I hope that helps to explain a little bit about some things that maybe have been in the parking lot for a longer period of time than we might want.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Ms. Vaughn?
Okay, to recap, I agree with what Ms. Morgan said, that we should have something standardized, that at least twice a month we have those. I think the fact that now we do an agenda review, and I would add for the next action meeting there instead of just next meeting, I think by virtue of that, and the fact that we have 2 action meetings a month, that takes care of that. In terms of what Ms. Gittens was saying, whatever vehicle prevents us from possibly accidentally breaking the sunshine, that should be the vehicle that we use to keep this list. And so what Ms. Fisher just told us is news to me, because I don't remember hearing about Ms. Schaefer coordinating this with briefing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying this is news to me, and it's the kind of thing that undermines our communication as a board. So I would like to see the list, and if there are topics which we have brought up and that corresponds with an upcoming briefing, it should just be in parentheses or note it somewhere that this is scheduled for, I don't know, February, because that's when when academic services is going to brief on this particular issue. Otherwise, I like the other ideas that everyone said. I think it's just a matter of finding the proper vehicle where we as board members can always see this ongoing list and projected dates for which workshop is going to cover that particular topic.
Well, then perhaps I agree, we receive, well, first of all, I love the fact that we would have meetings that we already know that we're having, because I know I schedule personally a year out, 2 years out. So to me, that is definitely a great tool to have, that I know that I can block off that time and be totally here. And then also, as far as the parking lot list, I think that perhaps if we could get that, that list, so we do know what they all are at this point, because I know we all write notes, we try to keep all that in our head, but if we could get those, and then, and as everybody else has said, as we complete them or we schedule them out, at least we do know. Regardless of how that looks, I mean, even just a word.
Could I respond to at least
Please.
what you know at the list look? We've had a working document for years and years that we use. It used to be Excel. We've converted it to Google. It's a working document in our office. I don't think it's, it's something that's ready for prime time publishing. And it is a Google Doc, so it's a very, very fluid document. I use that. Ms. Schaefer comes into cabinet. We use that to be able to brief the board and have workshops, particularly with items that we know are coming up. It could be big contracts, anything we might see a lot of public scrutiny, items that we think are really important. Like, Cindy will make sure that we have Envision 2030, briefed as appropriate and as is required. So that's what we use that document for. Maybe a solution could be that your executive secretary could get this and put portions of it coming up into a permanent document that would be available to you. And that's something that our staff could work with Ms. Thomas on to do. That way you have that document in front of you, and would help the board plan as well.
I think that sounds good to me. Ms. Gittens?
My only concern is it's the board's decisions as to what we want to workshop are getting further and further away from the board making those decisions. I understand coordinating it with other briefings and other meetings and all of that, but it is board business that we want to work on in order to be a more functioning board. And I feel that, I know the process. When I was the chair, there is that document that has everything on it. I would not want to have access to that other than being the board chair, because it is so integral with so much information on it. That is not what I'm talking about. But I think we as a board, if we're sitting up here and we say, look, we need to discuss such and such, and then we turn it over to the superintendent and staff to decide when we can do that, I think we are, giving away our responsibility as a board to do what we need to do. That's my comment about it.
And I think that when we do ask for certain items, if we collectively, as a board, decide that's what we want to do, I think we have asked before, we would like to have that in so many, like sooner than later. So we can still ask for that. That's our right to ask for that versus waiting a month, 2 months, 3 months, however that looks. Ms. Morgan?
Yeah, that is the board chair's responsibility. That's the board chair's responsibility, to make certain that the issues that the board wants to talk about are scheduled in a manner that it accommodates the board's needs, and period.
Ms. Giovanelli, do you have anything to share or comments?
Well, I understand that it's the board responsibility and stuff, but the board also, it's still driven by the board in general, not the chair. So somehow we all need to be on the same page and making sure that the priorities are being addressed timely.
Yeah, so the board sets the priorities. The chair's responsibility is to put those priorities into the agenda. If the chair isn't doing what the chair's job is to do what the board wants, not to do what the chair wants or what the superintendent wants. Come on.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher, do you have anything?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I agree with that. The only other considerations for some of those items were that there was not a consensus to put them on the list, first of all, and second of all, when the superintendent staff is working on issues, it takes a lot of time for them to prepare and present, and I don't think that that's in the purview of the board to interfere with. We do the oversight, we say what, and then the superintendent and his staff say when and how, because of, the working of the district has to continue moving forward. So I just wanted to add that, but I think that everyone is making a very concerted effort, and I just wanted to add the caveat that this has been a very unusual year in my experience. And so some things may have not happened in a timely fashion because we did have multiple responsibilities put on staff in relationship to the pandemic. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
McClung?
Yeah, I was going to bring this up as part of the good of the order, but I believe that it's appropriate now. As I look at my calendar on Monday, November 16th, a special meeting has been scheduled during the time that I'm in Gainesville for an FHSAA meeting. And I'm seeing that occur more frequently. There are conflicts on my schedule. I don't have it listed. I'm at the beach for the morning. I'm actually working. And so I don't know how to fix that. I don't know how to make sure that I can be in two places at once. My primary responsibility is the school district of Lee County, but I'm going to be in Gainesville, so what do I do? That I just wanted to raise that as good of the order, but we're talking about scheduling of meetings, so.
Thank you. Ms. McClung?
I was just going to suggest that perhaps during the workshops, right now it does say that review the agenda for the next action meeting. We could always add to review future workshop topics and possibly review and prioritize future workshop topics. That way you'd be looking at them at every workshop. Ms. Thomas could keep a list. I know Ms. Schaefer shared that with the board chair, and I believe with Ms. Thomas after a request a month or two ago of the ones that were currently on the list. So that list is available, and that way you'll be looking at it every workshop.
Madam Chair, at this point, perhaps the board can have a consensus on Ms. McClung's recommendation.
Okay. Ms. Gittens, let me.
Well, my comment,
Say in her.
I understand, but I thought we were talking about, the workshops, and then we got on scheduling. But my comment about the workshops is that part of the issue that I see, we'll have a topic about whatever, and it just goes on as a topic, and we as a board are not doing our work to say to staff, this is what we're talking about with this topic. We're coming up with a topic and then giving it to the superintendent and staff and letting them work out all the details. To me, a workshop is, we have a problem that we solve. If there's a workshop topic, then, there's processes to use, like understanding what is the problem, and that's what we have to do. Devise what we need. So, and then, figure out some type of, what is it that we need from this topic? Instead of just saying, here's a topic, give it to the superintendent and staff, and they work out how it is, then we all discuss, and we may be discussing something that's not, germane to the topic we wanted. So I just think we should tighten it. When we say workshop, what does that mean? What does it mean as far as our responsibility? What does it mean as far as the superintendent and the staff's responsibility? Not giving them extra work to do, but saying, we had this topic, we discussed it, here are the things that we would like to know about it.
Well, thank you. And I do think that is our job, and I think that the majority of the time when we do ask, that's why we have clarification is of what is it that we're looking to get out of this. And so that is on us to make sure that we are giving clear directions of what we're looking for. Ms. McClung, I know we're over time, so.
Well, I was just going to say, if we could take the issues separately, if we could first talk about the topics of how you want to prioritize those, and if you want to look at those on a regular basis at the workshop. So if we'll take that one first, and then we'll move on to the two others.
Consensus on making sure that we are getting information and looking at the topics, the parking lot at every workshop. Ms. Fisher, Ms. Giovanelli?
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Giovanelli?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay,
Seven.
so then second, if we could talk about how often you would like those workshops scheduled. Do you want them regularly scheduled twice a month?
Ms. Giovanelli, Ms. Fisher, did you hear that about the workshops being scheduled twice a month and knowing what they are, set scheduled?
Ms. Fisher, yes.
Yes.
Thank you. The rest of the board here, please.
I suggest we use Ms. Morgan's comment about there's one workshop for this and another for another
We're just talking
topic,
about the
so.
days, 2 days, right?
Right.
Yes.
We'll get to that one next.
At
Yeah.
this point. Ms. Vaughn, are you in agree with that? Okay.
Okay, so we'll do them twice a month. Okay, then how would you like to divide those? There was a recommendation that one would be a board workshop. I wasn't clear on what the other one would be, Ms. Gittens.
No, I think that
Morgan,
was
could you
Ms.
repeat that,
Morgan.
please?
Well, okay, so there are certain things we need to talk about that are our responsibility. We need to talk about policy, we need to talk about budget, and we need to talk about student performance and our strategic plan. To me, those are things that the superintendent brings to us on a regular basis, and he has them in his schedule. So to me, that is a superintendent, governance team-driven workshop. I'm talking about the second workshop being dedicated to what it is that we want to talk about. And it may not even involve staff. It may just be a governance team discussion. But it's something that we choose to do that we think will further our work. So I don't know how clear that is, but that was what I was thinking.
No, I think that's good. That's that communication part.
So at least one of the board workshops per month would be dedicated to topics, board-driven topics. Does that make it clear?
Yes, but I didn't ask the superintendent what he thought, whether he had that provided him adequate time to do the kind of work he feels he needs to do with the board.
Yeah, I think so. I do. I think, between a combination of workshop and briefing.
And then if something were to come up, then we would certainly could put something else in there.
Well, I would imagine too that if we had a situation where, the board wasn't really needing to use its time and we had something we need to bring forward, then I would be working with the chair to make that, and vice versa.
Perfect. Ms. Fisher and Ms. Giovanelli, do you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely, I agree.
Thank you.
I do as well. Yes, of course.
Sitting, Mr.
Okay, and then the last topic is the process for those workshops. And currently, generally, the chair and usually me, sometimes other people will work together to develop that agenda. So how would you propose we go about those processes if you want it to be done differently?
Ms. Morgan?
Well, I would think that the agenda would flow from the conversations that the board is having about its next topics. I mean, we've got the list of topics we're working on. We agree that we want to discuss these 3 things because they're the most important. That becomes the agenda for the workshop. I mean, is that reasonable?
Ms. Fisher or Ms. Giovanelli?
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
Okay,
Ms.
so not really a change in that process. Oh, I'm sorry, was there someone else you were listening for?
I was waiting to hear from above. Sorry. Ms. Gittens, you had something to share?
Yeah, I just sent to everybody a sample of what I was talking about, of a process for working through a workshop topic and, analyzing it, planning what we need, implementation and reflection. So it's just a basic sample that we might look at for, here's the topic, here's what we need to do.
Ms. McClung?
So when, I think, and maybe I'm incorrect, but I would think that still would fall into that whole agenda process, that the board chair would say, this is how we would like the processes that we're going to use, the protocols we're going to use within that agenda. So can we include that within there? Is that acceptable?
Ladies, Ms. Fisher, Ms. Giovanelli?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes?
I'm okay with that.
Thank you.
Can I just
Report,
ask, so are you basically just saying then that we'll have an agenda review process and a workshop review process?
No, this is,
Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Yeah, can you
For the
explain what
agenda
you were
review
asking?
process would be the regular agenda review process you have now for the next action meeting. Then there would also be, during that workshop, a review of the topics and a prioritization of those.
Right.
And
that's
then
what I just- yeah.
and then the process that you were talking about, I understood to be taking place within the workshop, the topic workshop.
Right.
Okay, so that would be part of that
I may have said it
agenda.
incorrectly, but in other words, the two things we're saying now are just the review process for agenda and review process for workshops. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McClung, okay, so is everybody in agreement with what Ms. McClung said? 7-all, thank you.
Yes, you don't try to repeat it, right? Thank you. Okay,
Oh, I'm
so we
sorry,
will make
Ms.
those changes.
Ms. Vaughn, did you have a question?
Yeah, I know scheduling isn't right here. Ms. Patrica brought up something about scheduling. We've had our workshops, if we said that we want some regularity on this, and we've had workshops on various days, and I'm wondering if it's appropriate at this point or certainly at some other point during this general discussion that we set a day so we have that regularity for our own personal planning purposes.
Yes, I would agree, and we can talk about that now, or we can talk about it when you look at the calendar for the upcoming year, which I know set action meeting dates. So maybe you want to look at those and then see if the Monday before, if that's, once those action meeting dates are agreed upon, then agree upon the workshop dates. And today was an unusual one because we needed to be between meetings due to the swearing in.
Exactly. At one point, we had them on Thursdays.
So do you want the discussion with
Wasn't enough turnaround.
the calendar? Do you,
Whenever, Madam Vice Chair, whenever you feel.
Yeah, I think it would make sense to wait until you've approved the action meeting dates, and then once those are set, then go back and look at the workshop dates, which will be this afternoon.
Oh, okay.
That'd be okay?
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll make those changes there, and we'll move on to the next area of red, which was around the maintenance of school board policy. And the change there is that now will become part of the board attorney's responsibilities. The board attorney will establish a timeline and a rotation schedule for the maintenance of board policies, with the understanding that legislative decisions that affect board policy will be addressed immediately. Acceptable.
do we, everybody agreement? Ms. Fisher and Ms. Giovanelli, please.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I'm sorry, Ms. Gittens,
Yes.
thank you.
Madam Chair, the only thing I want to add to that, even though the board attorney is working on the policies and the rotation, the recommendation for the policy is still coming from the superintendent per statute.
Yes.
The
I'm
next,
sorry, can you repeat that?
It's the superintendent's responsibility to make the recommendation to the board with regards to the policy. So even though the board attorney is working on it, obviously the board attorney is working with the superintendent to make that recommendation to the board.
Right, okay, thank you. I just wasn't clear.
the next addition was when we were discussing the board member ethics training and other board member training. There was a request to add the FADS website as an additional option for recommendations there, so that's been added in.
Did anybody have any comments on that? Ms. Fisher, Ms. Giovanelli, any comments on that?
No, that's fine with me.
Okay, so
No.
is everybody good with that then? Consensus, please?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Gittens?
I'm fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The next area is orientation of new school board members, which we were not required to do this year. But we do want to go ahead and look at that language. The very first sentence has changed to say that a newly elected or appointed school board member shall receive a comprehensive orientation on legal aspects of the district coordinated by the superintendent and the school board attorney. And that discussion was around the coordination of it, that there might be some additional pieces that we put in. And this part is specifically around the legal aspects.
Is there any questions regarding that? Ms. Giovanelli, Ms. Fisher?
No question.
Ms. Gittens?
None.
Thank you, Ms. Gittens.
If someone that is on the board, let's say they're in their, third or fourth year, and they would like to do the, the visits to the different departments, is that something that could be set up?
You could always do that. Is that correct? I mean,
Yeah.
yes, okay. So do we have consensus on this, please? Ms. Fisher, Ms. Giovanelli?
You have a question?
Oh, I'm sorry, there was a question?
I thought we had talked about having the board attorney and the superintendent, I apologize. I thought we had talked about the superintendent and the board attorney going through the agenda with new school, the first agenda with new school board members.
That's coming up. This is specifically around the legal aspects. I
sorry.
believe that's in the next paragraph.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we're good with that.
Thank you, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I know it's confusing, there's a whole lot there. And then there was the superintendent and board chair shall coordinate a comprehensive orientation on district operations, and it included those different areas, including the board, and I added board procedures manual because there was a discussion for that. And that during that time, there was also a request to have a little cheat sheet from each division, and so we're working on having them put that together, so that would be included as well as part of that comprehensive orientation. And you know, Mrs. Morgan, I thought that that wording had been added about the agenda, but I don't see it. I thought it was in this next paragraph as part of the overall or operations. So we'll add that in there with that part of the operations, because yes, I remember that discussion.
Okay, are we in consensus with all of this, what she just spoke about? Thank you, Ms. Gittens. Ms. Fisher, Ms. Giovanelli?
All okay with me?
Thank you.
Me as well.
Thank you as well.
I just wanted some clarity. Ms. McClung, are we adding some language with regards to the agenda review?
It was under the coordinate a comprehensive orientation on district operations to include, there will be one more bullet under board procedures manual, which would say a review of the first action meeting agenda, so that people would have the opportunity to discuss that with the superintendent and board attorney.
Okay, but the only issue there is it says, the intro sentence says the superintendent and school board chair. And if the school board chair sits down with a new school board member, goes through the agenda, that's a violation of sunshine. So maybe and/or school board chair?
No, it should not be the school board.
No, actually, it was supposed to be the board attorney was the discussion, so I'll need to find a way to put that in there so that it says board, and so that it's not under that section. Maybe that's why it's not there, and I never went back and put it in.
And I would also
Thank you.
include policy development and maintenance in that as well, because obviously policies will come back to the board for discussion and a vote. We have to be careful with that one as well in terms of sunshine.
So the policy development and maintenance, you believe, should be moved under the superintendent and board attorney's area?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll make those two changes, and I will bring those back actually, I'll probably just send them out to you in an email rather than bring them back to the whole board, and if there's any discussion, then it can be brought to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Then under Area 10, evaluation of staff reporting to the board, this was just a note that as policies are being revised, School Board Policy 1.16 needs to include the internal auditor, as it does not currently include the internal auditor.
Are there any questions regarding that? Ms. Fisher or Ms. Giovanelli?
No, thank you. I'm happy to see that being done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
None.
Thank you.
Okay, there was a note that the school board manager position is currently not being filled. Sorry, I keep skipping pages here. There we go. So there's just a note added there that although the board office manager is, when there is one, is an employee of the board, currently they are not being filled. Under vacancies, we added the language for the internal auditor there. Any discussion around that?
Do we need clarification of internal auditor? I mean, because the district has one as well?
This is Ms. Fisher. I think it's the board auditor.
Board auditor.
Board internal auditor, different from the staff internal auditor.
Right. Thank you.
So in all the places where it currently says internal auditor, we'll go back and add the word board so that it's clear which it is.
Just for clarification, thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next area of change was under assignment of board members to graduation ceremonies. There was a sentence added that assignments to traditional school ceremonies will be divided among all board members.
Any comments, questions?
Good idea.
Everybody good?
Okay, agreement there. And then the other item was that a cap and gown will be ordered for each board member that requests one, as some board members chose to use their own.
Oh, no. Does that mean I have to actively ask for it? Because that's not going to happen. Like, I don't know, graduation's coming up until the night before, you know what I mean? Seriously, like, if I have to, is this changing what I have to do?
I'm assuming that, and I have to defer to Ms. Thomas, but I'm guessing that board members are asked in advance if they need one ordered
Okay.
at the time that those assignments are made. Ms. Thomas, is that correct?
I think they just appear,
They do just,
because I know I've never asked for it, it just popped up there.
but if I have to request one, it's never going to appear because I'm never going to request one. That's
For anyone that wants to use their own.
for me, and I'm forever grateful. So I just want to make sure that we're good there.
So, yeah, I'm not sure why we put that requested one, I'm not sure why that was added.
Because before it said that each board member who chooses not to use their own, which implied, and there was the discussion before about, well, am I choosing not to use my own, or is one being ordered for me? If everyone wants one ordered, we can just cut it at board member.
Yep.
And if you choose to use your own, you can just let Tanya know. Okay, we'll just cut off that then.
That is purple.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a question.
Yes, please?
I know, did we pass up the powers and duties of the school board?
Let me look.
That's on page 20.
Page 20?
This is actually a question for Ms. Bruno. I believe there's a statute that allows the school board member to receive all copies or something regarding budget and our policy is not actually in line with that law with the policy for the 1.5 hours, anything over. And I would like some clarity on that. And I forget what statute that is. It may be the statute that's in here, I don't know.
No, it's not.
It's in the general statute. It does say that school board members are allowed to have any documentation that will support the explanation of the budget and financial documents, so that is in the statute.
Okay, so that 1.5 hours, I want to point out that our policy kind of contradicts that. And all board members need to be aware of that power that they have per statute.
Ms. Morgan?
Didn't you just say the statute provides documentation, not the?
With regards to, and I can pull up the statute if you give me a second, with regards to the budget, any documentation that supports the budget, those things you are entitled to have. I mean, you are entitled to have the documentation. I think what Ms. Giovanelli is saying is if it takes you longer than 1.5 hours to produce whatever these documents are, she's still entitled to have them without having to come back to the board to have a vote to allow additional time to secure the documents. I think that's what she's referring to.
And can I remark, yes, because I had brought that up at another meeting, that particular statute, and it does say each individual board member So it is not something that we as elected officials cannot be governed by the board to say we can or cannot receive something.
Yeah, and invoices could take a while, and that was the point, because I was denied invoices back in 2019, and I think this is important that this board was not aware of this statute.
Can we, I'm sorry, may I make a
Yeah,
suggestion?
please.
Can we make this part of our discussion on December 1st, Attorney Dupree Bruno?
We can make it part of our discussion. Two things with regards to that. With regards to the procedures and the protocols, there is no limit in terms of how much time. I mean, I can't imagine it'll take a lot of time to be able to produce these documents, but for some reason, if it takes more than 1.5 hours, the individual board members are entitled to have those documents without having to come back to the board.
So with the protocols, should we say in accordance with Florida statute, you name the number?
Yes.
And then on December 1st, we can talk about what's budget, what's procurement, what's, you know, that kind of thing in terms of the legal definitions within that statute.
Yes, we can do that.
Please and thank you.
It does say finance.
It
says
does.
Finance and budget, and
Okay,
it
I'm
lists
asking for her
it
to
all.
please provide that
Can
explanation
I
on
please
December
finish?
1st.
It says
Yes.
finance and budget and all of that. It's listed in the statute. So
Yeah, and since it's law, I mean, I think our policy should be revised to state that and be clear for the community as well, at Sunshine.
It would come on page 16 under use and request for information, data collection and analysis. So I believe what they're asking for is clarification of a definition of each of those areas.
And I think we probably can put that in the manual itself, just to be clear and everybody's on the same page.
And we'll bring that back during the December discussion, is that what I'm hearing? Clarification around that?
can I,
When we have our discussion in terms of roles and responsibilities pursuant to the statute, we will make sure that board members understand specifically what those documents are. I think for this particular manual, it'll be helpful to have that definition within the manual as well, so board members know exactly what those documents are.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens?
yeah, I don't, I mean, I can understand discussing it, but I don't see the necessity to wait if we're, you know, going through this today and addressing it. I don't see the need to overshadow what statute says, putting that in here as a final statement, and if you want to discuss it later on, that's fine. But I think we should, since we're discussing this document today, it should be in there.
My understanding was we were going to add that language, that the discussion was going to be around which specific documents qualified underneath with that statute.
So it will be added today.
And I just want to say that we just need to follow the law, and because the law dictates everything, and our policies are not always in line with the law.
Right, and Ms. Giovanelli, I believe that's what that meeting will be, for us to understand all the statutes and the laws that apply to us.
But this still needs to be in here, and we're talking about this last week. We can talk about that again later, I don't have a problem with that, but we're fixing our protocol now, and it needs to be in our protocols now, and that needs to be addressed now, not next week or whenever, December 1st.
So it was going to be added now. The discussion later was only about which documents that applied to. The language of the statute, there was agreement that we would add that to protocol, correct?
I will work with Ms. McClung to make sure that that statutory language is within the manual.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Giovanelli, did you hear that?
Do we have to get consensus to make that change?
Do we have consensus on that, Ms. Giovanelli? Ms. Fisher?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
As long as it's on the law, I guess I'm good.
Okay, I'm sorry, I have one question, please, by Ms. Vaughn, before we do.
Yes, I'm wondering if it would be appropriate to also add a reasonable time frame for receiving such information. I know that for some information that I've asked for in the past, I've had to remind several times, and it has taken, I mean, I'm not talking about this in particular, but just information in the past, some pieces of information take a long time. I'm thinking now, have we not gone to all digital on budget and all? So it's not, it seems to me that it won't require as much time to produce documents since we're all digital. It doesn't need to, we don't need to rely on paper files. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay. So are we needing to add, are we looking to add those words then? A reasonable time? You'll work with, Mr. Bruno, you'll work with Ms. McClung on that?
What is the definition of reasonable time pursuant to the board? Because the public records statute does not define reasonable time. So if you can give us some guidance in terms of, and also with Dr. Atkins, he knows how long it will take his staff to be able to provide the documents.
And if I may,
Ms.
reasonable
Patrica?
at the beginning of a pandemic will be different from reasonable at the middle of a pandemic, will be different from reasonable during graduation, will be different, you know, it
True.
depends on what's going on in the district and whether staff is serving our students or serving the board, and how should that time be spent. So I don't feel comfortable putting any kind of definitive time frame in there.
Well, may I ask,
So,
isn't that what reasonable means?
There is, yeah, I don't think reasonable really has a time frame on that.
I think it's implied. I don't know that the language needs to, I mean, it's, Dr. Atkins, would you
So-
take a request and think, I'm going to be unreasonable in my response of this? I'm being sarcastic, but isn't that?
No, and I think one of the challenges is that it depends on what's in the queue as well. I mean, there are certain times that you have a lot of public records requests, and what we do is we try to work our way from the, you know, when the request came in. Some of them can be very, very lengthy, and so it takes staff a lot of time. So if you have one of those in front of your request, they're working on that request ahead of what might be a faster response, so that they can get that one done.
Okay, so I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Vaughn.
But as a board member, if we're discussing something that's coming up on budget, a budget issue, we would need our information in a timely manner. Information, now, I know there's a statute that has to do with the queue of public information that comes through public records. But if we're requesting, the board member should ask the superintendent, if we're going through you on this, are we required to get in a line that may take 2 months because of backup? Maybe Mr. Bruno is there not a difference between what we request as public records, like?
So this request would not be considered a public records request. This is a request to do your job as board members. So it should not be going through the public records queue. I think that when there's a backup in terms of getting the documents, I believe is what Dr. Atkins was referring to, that staff may be overloaded sometimes. But if you, and I'm just going to make a recommendation, if there is a budget vote that is coming before the board, definitely the board members do need to have this information several weeks prior to, so you can digest the information. If you want to say within 14 days, you should be able to have the information that's requested. That would seem reasonable to me. I don't know what your thoughts are, Dr. Atkins, on that.
Yeah, I don't think that's unreasonable.
But we're talking about two different things with this though, right?
I do, but if you're talking about, let's get specific with budget and finance items that's relative to the work of the board, that's coming before the board. It is important for board members to have that information. I don't think there's any disagreement with that whatsoever.
Okay, but what we're trying to get consensus on at this moment though is different than what we're speaking on, trying to get information for our board. So that's what Cindy was getting ready to get the consensus for, is not including information that we would receive for us to do our work for a workshop. Or am I mistaken?
I'm confused.
Okay, I have to say something, if that's okay. Because I'm the one that brought this up.
Yes.
So I'm discussing powers and duties of the school board. So yes, and I would agree with what the board attorney and what Dr. Atkins said. If we need to make a vote on something, it can't be reasonable time. It needs to be specific time, because otherwise I won't feel comfortable making any kind of vote if I don't have the items that I'm going to request, be it invoices or budgetary items other than invoices or scope of work contracts. All that might be something that would allow me to make a vote. So, and I cannot be comfortable making that without that information that I would request. So I think that's what I'm talking about, and it's back to the policy. We're entitled to it. And reasonable time is irrelevant when we're about to make a vote.
Okay, so Ms. McClung, could you please go back to wherever we were
Yes.
just at, so we can restate that?
So let me say what I think I'm hearing. So I believe the use and request of information, data collection, analysis, that's not related to something coming before the board, immediately coming before the board, would stay the same, which is the request for general information presented in writing through the superintendent. The board member should ask the superintendent if fulfilling the request will exceed 1.5-hour time limit. If it will take more than 1.5 hours to gather, compile, or require an expenditure of funds, the board member will present the request at a board meeting or workshop. A majority of the board is necessary to approve such requests. So I don't think that changes. What I'm hearing that is there should be another paragraph that says, in the event documentation is requested relative to a topic coming before the board, then they would present in writing through the superintendent, and information would be received by the board within 14 days, something along those lines. Does that make sense?
Okay, because I know we were on statutes a few minutes ago.
The statute,
we
we've already
jump from
decided
statutes.
would be put in there. That's already done.
Okay.
So we're good there.
So, Ms. Gittens?
Well, on what Ms. McClung just said, I guess I'm confused, though. The verbiage now says 12 days, and we're talking about something that may come up for a vote. So if we leave that time frame in there and we get the agenda 7 days before a meeting, that negates that 12-day time to get information to the superintendent. So that's why it's really difficult with the timing to,
I think the 12 days is request for a board presentation. That's the 12-day. Request must be submitted by memorandum or email to the superintendent 12 days prior to the meeting.
Right.
So I believe that is board presentation.
That's
So I think,
presentation to the board.
right, a public presentation.
Right, okay.
What I believe this discussion is if you know there's a budget vote coming up and you require documentation for that, you request that, and it will be provided within 14 days. It's I believe
Well,
that was
it's not just a budget vote. It's anything we're going to vote on. It's finance. So that's not what your statement is not true, because it's talking about any record a board member would need to make a vote is work of the day and work of business of the board. So I don't agree with that.
I'm sorry, budget was an example. The budget was an example that if you required something that was coming before the board, whether it would be budget or another topic that was coming before the board, and you were requesting items, that those would be provided within 14 days.
Ms. Giovanelli, did you understand that? It's for anything that you would need to help you to make your decision, not necessarily.
Okay, so but the 7 days prior to, and you're saying 14 days, then it would already be voted on. So I don't understand that. So I don't agree with that. No, I'm sorry.
14 days prior is what they're saying.
But we get a budget 7 days prior.
Are you still on budget or?
Well, and I think, when you're talking about the budget process, this is a very lengthy process. There's multiple, hearings on the budget. Dr. Desmores does have some concerns that I think she needs to express, though the board is aware. I think we do strive to provide the board relevant information as it pertains to the budget when we present the budget. And some of these over and above requests may create some difficulty, but anyway, I'd like you to hear from her before making a final decision.
Please, Dr. Desamore.
Yes, thank you. So just, I'm hearing the conversation. I know that we've, brought up the 14-day timeline in some instances, but just to put a little bit of detail into that, say, for example, and this is just one example, I know that we're talking generally, financial type information, but in one instance, with the budget process, which is outlined by the TRIM statutes, right, that in statute, there is a specific timeline upon which we get information from the state and upon which the statute says we must get information to you. So in terms of the final budget, we do not get a certified millage from the state until by the latest July 19. And then by statute, it says that the superintendent must present his tentative budget to the board by July 24. And typically, there's a timeline for that. In statute, the timeline is set for when your budget hearing must happen, somewhere between a certain number of days between when the superintendent's tentative budget is presented to the board. And when we say presented, that means given to you, electronically, and when the public hearing must be held, which in many times is usually about 7 to 10 days between the presentation to the board and the public hearing. Those days are very specifically set in statute, and we follow those days. So there are some instances where 14 days, and the same thing happens for the final budget as well. There is a timeline upon which we must present the information on millages to the tax collector and the property appraiser. There's a timeline in which they must advertise that to the public, and then the timeline upon which we must do it to the board.
Ms. Giovanelli, she's trying to, okay.
I know, but this is not even relevant.
Right, you know why? Because you brought up,
Point of order. This is stuff regarding the budget and all that, and that is all circumstantial, and we'll deal with that as we do. This is regarding actual documents needed to make a vote, and it has nothing to do with the budget. It has to do with, if I want invoices on a vote that's coming up, see those invoices, and I'm not going to wait 14 days because the law allows me to have them, period. So let's just get back to that, please. Thank you.
okay, Ms. Giovanelli, that's why I knew there was a little bit of confusion on what you were asking for, because you're asking for any information that you may need pertaining to something that you would be voting on. Okay, yes, yeah.
Budgetary trim notices and stuff.
Correct.
That's all, honestly, I'll be honest with you. Y'all are talking silly stuff right now. That's silly.
Well, I think that's because that's the way people interpreted that. So just 1 second, please. Ms. Dupree Bruno?
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. My recommendation to the board is to allow Ms. McClung and I to come back and provide some language that will reflect the statutory requirements, and then have the board go ahead and make a consensus on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Desmore.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, so we will come.
Jordan,
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Fisher?
I just wanted to make, I'm muted, but I think you can still hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to remind everyone of the time, it's 11:35.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I believe the rest of the items that are in here are basically additions based on the internal auditor position. So we talked about the internal auditor position, the board internal auditor position has been added under vacancies. It has also had the job description added, and the job description, I believe, says auditor board. So it's clear on the job description which one it is. There it is. For some reason on here it shows up really tiny, but it does say auditor school board in the job description, so it's clear which one that is. So that's been added per your request.
Before we move on, Ms. McClung, if I could just have consensus on that last part to make sure that the board is all on the same page, that Ms. McClung and I will work together to provide the additional language.
Yes, thank
But
you.
the language will come before us before we approve it.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, yes.
Okay.
You have to ask them for their consent.
Ms. Fisher, Ms. Giovanelli? Yes. Thank you.
And then the other item that has been added is the evaluation for the board attorney. I believe that was the last addition, but I'm flipping through really quickly to be sure. Oh, there was one under this chair, expectations of the board chair. Again, board auditor's been added there, and then one sentence was reworded to say the chairperson works in conjunction with the board, not unilaterally. And there was consensus reached on that before. Just wanted to show you that that was in there.
What pages are you on?
It's different on here, so let me find it on my copy.
Oh, no, that's okay. That's all right. Go ahead.
It's toward the end, under the chair's expectations. And before, I believe it said something along the lines of the board works for the board, not over the board, or something like that. And there was just a rewording of it. In guidelines for maintaining a positive school board superintendent relationship, there was another rewording. It just says provide board members with notice of new motions as far in advance as possible. Before it said avoid surprises. And so there was asked for a rewording of that to just say avoid, to bring those motions as far in advance as possible. Okay with that?
Everybody good with that one? Please.
Thank you.
Ms. Giovanelli, is that you?
Yes, I said yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and that was the final item. So as Mrs. Fisher mentioned, we are almost at the scheduled lunch break. And we have not yet talked about the criteria for resolutions, recognitions, or invocations. So we were scheduled 11:45 for lunch, so I'll ask the board's pleasure.
I actually have a question about the protocols. I didn't see in there board internal auditor evaluation instrument. Should we, as a board, I mean, I remember when we were perfecting the superintendent one and the board attorney one, we had like a work group or an individual on the board responsible for putting something together for board consideration. Do we want to go that route? Because,
I have Ms. Dupree, Bruno?
go ahead.
You had a
No, I agree with you that you do need to have one. And I would also ask the board to reevaluate the attorney evaluation one as well, as it has some criteria that are no longer applicable. And I don't think it's fair to be assessed on those particular items.
And there is one that was agreed upon, and if it has not yet been added, we'll go back, I mean, we can go back and look at it, but there was one that the board came to consensus upon that was used at the beginning of this year when that contract was renewed.
Ms. Gittens?
I don't know if this is the appropriate time to bring this up. We have discussed on a couple of occasions the designation of the title of Chief Legal Counsel, and that we needed to revisit that because of some confusion. So I would like to, bring that up for discussion. I don't know where we're at with it at this point.
Excuse me, can I get back for just 1 second? The school board auditor evaluation instrument is in your protocol. It begins on page 57.
Great, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Okay, Ms. Gittens, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
So the question was, did you want to address the title for the school board attorney?
Designation, right, of Chief Legal Counsel, and we had talked about that at a couple of meetings and how it is confusing. There was information that other districts, that was the designation for the board attorney. And we had said we would discuss it at a later date, and I think we need to discuss it.
Is this the appropriate time to be discussing that when we're doing this? So we can, because we have to stay on track of what we're on, Miss Cindy?
I think if you are going to bring back the board attorney's evaluation for discussion, then that might be the appropriate time to talk about that title. This is not really part of protocol. That's more of a contract item or an evaluation item.
All right, I was just bringing it up since the evaluation and all of that is in here and the title is in here. Then we will discuss it later, you're saying, and then come back and change it in this document?
What the board attorney has requested that the board review her evaluation as some items are no longer appropriate based upon her contract. So it seems that that would be the appropriate time to do that.
And can we just make note that that is an additional part of that discussion, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Gittens, for bringing that up. Ms. Dupree Bruno?
And one last thing, I do need some board clarification with regards to the training that we would like to present to the board on December 1st. Some of that training does deal a little bit with professional development, and I just want to make sure whether or not the board is in agreement to move forward with some of that aspect of the training. I just need some clarification from the board on that, please.
Okay. Do we have consensus regarding the training? Ms. Morgan?
Yeah, I don't want professional development from Attorney Dupree Bruno along the lines of the questions that have been asked in the various memos she sent out. We've done that. We don't get anywhere doing that. And I don't think that's part of her job, which is one of my concerns, that the job description and what's being done are not aligned right now. And my understanding was that the December 1st meeting was to talk about the statutes and how they pertain to our way of work and our work culture, and nothing to do with professional development in terms of team. So I've already let the attorney know that I have no interest in, doing this kumbaya stuff another time.
Ms. Giovanelli or Ms. Fisher? Ms. Giovanelli, are you still there?
I think we probably need to have a workshop regarding the board attorney's criteria like she asked, and getting the chief legal counsel straightened out, because that has been an issue. As far as I'm with Ms. Morgan regarding the kumbaya stuff, I think it's not going to help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Thank you. Comments, please, on the training portion?
Yeah, I am in agreement with the training, and I do believe that according to information from Florida School Boards Association and, Florida School Boards Attorneys Association and other research that I've done, that counsel and professional development is or can be part of the board attorney's job. In conjunction with the statutory requirements, and so I would be willing to participate in that.
Okay, so Ms. Patrica?
I don't know how you separate our statutory responsibilities from our professional development. I see the two as being intimately entwined, and I believe that an attorney at law and a counselor at law are two different hats worn by the same person. And I would urge my colleagues to please not approach this with a doomed attitude that it's not going to do any good, and to please approach it with an open mind. Elections are behind us. This is not a new board, but I'd like to think that this is a new board. And we can only do that if we're willing to embrace expertise brought to us in a different way by a different person. And that's what I see December 1st as being. Those are my comments.
Ms. Gittens?
Actually, I agree with Ms. Patrica on the comments, because I think what we've had in the past is we've separated and had the team building and how to get along and all of that, and I agree, there was not a lot of change. However, having the attorney do it in relationship to statutes is a concrete, this is what you're supposed to do. How are you going to do it as a governance team? I hear the kumbaya comments and all of that, but I think if it is geared more towards governance and the law and how to do that and how we may or may not at this time be skirting that by some of the things that we do and our actions, then I would agree with having it.
Ms. Morgan?
Yeah, so here's the thing. Have you looked at the questions? Has anybody looked at the questions she's asked?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and everybody's prepared to answer those questions?
Well,
All right.
can I just
Ms.
say,
Gittens?
with this conversation, Mr. Bruno, hearing the comments, is there a way that you can align it more to, what we're saying, this, as opposed to, I'm not asking you to redo the questions, but have it more of a concrete nature as opposed to what you think nature?
So for the most part, I think all board members have provided answers to the questions, and it was more of a self-reflection in terms of where the board is and what your anticipation is and where would you like to go. I believe that it's really important for the board not only to understand the statutory responsibilities, but there's also governing philosophies and how those governing philosophies intertwine with your statutory responsibilities. So that's the direction that we're trying to go. Ms. McClung will be helping facilitating this meeting, so there may be a little kumbaya moments in there. However, it is more to make sure that the board understands its legal obligations and how those legal obligations intertwine with your professional relationships and your governance abilities.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes, I wanted to compliment Ms. Dupree-Bruno for her goals with this board, because, I haven't been on the board for too many attorneys, but I know, looking back at a couple that we had in the last 2 years, none of them touched on this kind of way of bringing us together. That said, there are certain things, and I like what you just said about the combining the governance and, that really putting the emphasis on the statutes and the governance and all of that, because part of me says, good luck, Ms. Dupree-Bruno, because some of this may turn out to be an exercise in futility, but we can always hope.
Ms. Morgan?
And then my question becomes, do we see each other's responses? How is this information being used?
So the questions are more self-reflection. For the board members that I have spoken to already, we've discussed those answers. There may be some things that are pulled up as we develop the training that are unidentifiable that may be helpful for the board to understand where your other board members are. But this is not going to be answers that will be widely distributed to the board. These are more to prepare for the training. So this is reflection and to assist us to see where the issues may lie and the commonalities as we're preparing the training.
And this is not public record then?
These are going to be attorney notes, because most everyone is not answering the question. These are my notes in preparation for the training.
Thank you.
And I know that I personally had, when we spoke, I had shared, I thought maybe the word training was the wrong word to use, because how people perceive that to be more than like coaching or, trying to build. Because I think that training, when you start thinking about that, you're like, oh my goodness, we have been through, how many master boards, we have done all this, we've spoke about each other, good, bad, indifference. And I think that that training aspect, when you say that word, it kind of like takes away from the real reason why we're doing this. I know I answered every question probably longer than I should have, but I felt that it is it is necessary that whatever we do, that we can build this team to be stronger and better. Is there any?
Could I offer just my
Please.
perspective on this? I think, I believe the discussion we had earlier, Ms. Pri-Bruno, was sort of the basis of what the December 1st training is. But I would say that you did go through a training, you come out of a training one time, and you got set on really goals around the strategic plan. And we were off to a good start, and then bam, we get hit with an election, which I think tore things apart. But I really felt that we had some synergy to working towards some specifics, and an 8-person governance team is much stronger, unified moving forward on the strategic plan. And I think that's what she's attempting to do in this, as I look at it, is how can we forward the work of the district better as a governance team. So that's what, and I assume I'm participating in this. I didn't participate in the questionnaire, but I would say that is what I would hope comes out of this type of thing, is synergy around a strategic plan. We have a lot of work to do, and I think that with your help, we can make some pretty good strides toward that work this year. So that's my hope.
Thank you. So I guess we'll take a consensus on, I'm sorry.
I just want to make a
Sorry,
final
Ms.
comment.
Morgan.
And that is that I'm probably the only person here who hasn't had an opportunity to talk to Attorney Bruno. So I haven't had my scheduled conversation with her. So my comments are absent any conversation with her about the whole thing.
Mine too.
Okay.
Ms. Giovanelli, were you getting ready to say something? Okay, can we take a consensus then on the December 1st event that we will be having? Everybody agree? Ms. Giovanelli?
Yes, I'm more than willing to move forward with this meeting, and I think I do support it. It's really not about personal relationships, it's about mutual respect, and so I'm more than willing to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm enthusiastically looking forward to it.
Well, we have 6 and 1 can live with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Break now?
So I would suggest that we take our lunch break at this time. That would bring us, we have 45 minutes for lunch breaks. That bring us back at 20 till 1. So I will see everyone at that time.
Ms.
Yeah.
McClung, may I say, I turn into a pumpkin at 3 o'clock. Like literally have to leave the office at 3, so I'm.
Okay.
And I do apologize that it ran over. but
And I will
people
do
had
my
to.
best
Sure.
to prod the process along a little bit. Thank you.
Can I just say one thing on that? We very often run into this. This is good conversation. This is conversation we must and need to have to be a governance team. So in future, if we're talking about scheduling meetings, maybe we should overschedule and then exceed our expectations and get out early rather than to, go under our expectations and be up against a time frame. Just a suggestion.
Thank you for that one.
Thank you.
All right.
So what time is it, 1:20?
No, at
20 to
12,
1. Don't come back at 1:20.
12:40?
12:40.
Just be here at 12:35.
Recess for lunch then.
So 12:40, we're coming back.
I'm just saying, as the season goes
you're on.
on, age starts to
Patrica?
show.
The meeting has,
Hasn't figured out what the rest of his life is going to look like.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started with our meeting.
Yep.
We're back from lunch. It is now 12:44, and we are continuing our workshop. Ms. Giovanelli, are you with us?
I am.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher will be joining us in a few minutes. And so we're going to go ahead and begin. Ms. McClung?
Thank you. So moving on our agenda, we have recognitions, resolutions, and invocations to discuss, and we're going to start with board recognitions. We have had guidelines in place for several years, and those were part of your attachments, so we'll just review them very quickly and see if there are any changes that you would like to make. These are the board recognitions.
Mine are gone.
When students are recognized, the events must be school-related or sponsored by an education or school district-affiliated organization. The recipient must have received a first, second, or third place ranking in a state, national, or international level competition. If it's for recognition in the arts, they must have received a ranking of excellent or superior in a state, national, or international competition. Then also recipients of SDLC-sponsored events, such as Outstanding High School Seniors, Designs and Dreams of Young Artists, Holiday Greeting Cards shall be recognized. Groups of 6 or more students will not be individually recognized. However, they will be recognized as a group, and exceptions to this will be considered on an individual basis. So are there any questions about recognitions for students?
Ms. Giovanelli, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? No, we're good, thank you.
Thank you. Then we'll move on to recognition of staff members. The recipient must have received a first, second, or third place ranking in a state, national, or international level competition. Again, it must be school-related or sponsored by an education or school district-affiliated organization. And then the recipients of SDLC-sponsored events such as Teacher of the Year, Support Person of the Year, Principal or Assistant Principal of the Year, etc., shall be recognized. Any questions around those?
Ms. Giovanelli? Do you have any questions?
No.
Thank you. And again, I'm calling you because I can't see you. Ms. Patrica?
What about industry recognized accolades? Like, didn't Dr. Pruitt receive some kind of HR award?
She had certifications.
I'm sorry?
She had certifications from SHRM, and they had been working on Sterling. I can't remember where that was.
That's been postponed for now because Sterling changed their process. I believe she also received an HR Person of the Year award of some kind from,
Oh, yes,
from
that's right.
SHRM. Right.
Not the SDLC Person of the Year, but like an outside, you know what I'm talking about?
I think it was SHRM, HR Professional of the Year or something like that.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, so do we want to add those? Because I think those are important. It doesn't just have to be a competition or an SDLC event. It can be recognition by an outside professional organization.
Okay.
Yeah, certainly state, national. I wouldn't go do the local.
Yes, for sure.
So a state or national recognition from a state or national professional organization?
and why not a local one? Just asking.
Because everything else is state and national.
Well, I mean,
Go ahead, Ms. Gittens.
my only thing is if there's a business partner, let's say locally, that recognizes someone in the district for something they've done, and they're a business partner, it would seem like we would want to mention that they had done that.
Morgan?
I would save that for board member comment.
Ms. Giovanelli? Do you have any comments?
Not at the moment.
Thank
Mrs. Morgan, were you proposing that all of that be saved for board member comment, or the local industry,
Local, yeah,
the local business partner?
Yep.
Saved for, okay.
Could you repeat that?
Yes, please repeat that.
So the proposal right now is that recognition of staff, a bullet be added that says recognition of staff by a state or national professional organization. And then we can talk about the business part next.
Do we have
Do we have
consensus on that part?
Okay, and then there was also a suggestion that local business, recognition by a local business partner. And then there was a suggestion added to that rather than be a recognition, that be part of board member comments. So if we could have discussion around that.
Ms. Vaughn?
I prefer board member comment because there are so many different recognitions that could come up.
Okay. Okay, so do you need a consensus on,
Consensus that recognition by local business partnerships would be reserved for board comment.
okay, do we have consensus on that? Ms. Giovanelli?
I'm good with that.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher, are you here yet? Okay. 6.
All right. Thank you. And then recognition of schools. Recipient must have received a first, second, or third place ranking in a state, national, or international level competition. Recipient of SDLC-sponsored events such as 5-star schools shall be recognized.
Is everybody in agreement with that one? It's keeping us together with the other.
And then there's a note that recognition for events not identified in these guidelines or that did not use place rankings such as youth in government or mock trial shall be determined on an individual basis.
Do we have any questions on that one, on notes? Ms. Giovanelli?
No.
Okay. Please continue.
All right, then we will move on.
Ms. Jordan,
Recognitions.
Ms. Jordan,
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Dupree.
I do have a recommendation that perhaps adding recognition of the district to this list, because sometimes the district receives recognition from state or national, and I think it will be important for the board to recognize. I think normally you do, but I think adding that formally to the list may be helpful.
Okay.
And
Ms.
what would you,
Cindy, did you get that?
yes, what would you propose
Hey, I'm
be?
sorry, whoever's on the phone, can you mute yourself when you're not speaking, please? Thank you.
Ms. Jordan, I'm muted. Can you still hear me?
Oh, thank you, Ms. Fisher.
But I'm muted and you can still hear me.
Yes, I can. You're okay. We got you.
So is the proposal that district recognitions from a state and or national level in alignment with the others?
Should be acknowledged by the board.
Right.
Yes, you have consensus on that? Ms. Fisher, Ms. Giovanelli?
Okay, I'm just rejoining you because someone here helping me with my leg. I'll catch up.
Yes, we're good.
Okay, so we will add the district piece to that as well. So now we'll move on
One more recommendation, and I would also recommend that these guidelines be added to the protocol manual, so you have that as one of your exhibits.
Are we in consensus
Okay with
with that? That they be added to protocol? Board
Can
members?
you call up what's the document called, please? Cindy, Ms.
It's called, I believe it's called the procedures. Board protocol manual revised, but I believe on the other side, we've never given it an official name. So we have a board protocol manual, but then inside it says board procedures.
Okay,
Let me open it up for you.
thank you.
So may I ask a question?
Yes, please.
So I guess this is a good time to ask the question. I mean, is this staff-driven or is this board-driven?
The recognitions?
Yes.
These are staff-driven. Generally, student recognitions come from schools or departments. The same thing with the district ones. Those are brought in from the district, such as when an award's given to the finance department. School recognitions generally, again, come from executive directors or from departments.
So that being said, inclusion in the board protocols would be appropriate because fill in the blank, please.
Because of the fact that these are your guidelines in terms of who you will be recognizing and the criteria for that recognition, even though it's coming from staff, but these are your guidelines because you are the ones who are recognizing.
That's fine. Thank you.
Operating protocol manual is the title. Thank you. Okay, so is there agreement to add these to the protocol manual?
Ms. Fisher, Ms. Giovanelli?
Okay, may I ask a question? Sure. Okay, I'm not sure exactly where you are.
We're on criteria for recognitions.
For recognitions, okay, thank you.
Yes, we just went through all of the criteria, and there was an addition under recognition of staff to add national or state professional organizations, recognition from a national or state professional organization. And then there was a consensus to add district recognitions, again, at the state or national level. And then you're welcome. The final item was to add those to the protocol operating procedures manual.
Thank you, I heard that part, thank you.
So do we have consensus on that, Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Ms. Giovanelli?
Yes, yes.
And the rest of the board? Yes? We do. Thank you.
Attorney Dupree Bruno, any other recommendations before we move on?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then we will move on to criteria for resolutions. And at this point, we are only talking about criteria today. We're not talking about specific resolutions. We looked at criteria around the country. Basically, there was none. so drafted some based upon looking back at historical data and the types of resolutions that have generally been approved by the board. School board resolutions are statements of honor and support. Resolutions brought before the school board for consideration must meet the following criteria below. So the first one is to be in alignment with vision, mission, and values of the school district. Is there agreement upon that criteria?
Mm-hmm. Ms. Fisher, Ms. Giovanelli?
Yes.
Ms. Giovanelli? Ms. Giovanelli, are you still with us?
I thought I said yes, I didn't hear. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
You know.
Thank you. Thank you. Everyone else said yes. Thank you.
Okay, then the second area is to relate to one or more of the following areas. The first one is the education, health, safety, or welfare of children and youth. And examples of that would be Constitution Day, which would relate to education, Red Ribbon Week for health and safety, School Bus Safety Week, Welfare, Bullying Prevention Month. And I should note that generally, when we talk about the education, it's related to standards. If we have state standards that are related to Constitution Day, then we would teach standards around Constitution Day. If we had standards related to Red Ribbon Week, we would be teaching those. If there were no standards, then there wouldn't be a set criteria or curriculum that would be addressed with that. The second area is the history or group culture heritage, such as Black History Month, American Indian Heritage Month. The third area is family or community engagement in education, such as Florida Family Engagement and Education Month or Florida School Volunteer Month. And the last area is recognition of the work of district employees, such as Teacher Appreciation Week or School Nurse Day. So let's start with A, the education, health, safety, or welfare of children and youth. Is everyone in agreement with that area?
I have, Ms. Gittens has a question.
Yes, we basically promised the public at our meetings that we would be discussing the LGBTQ document at our reorg meeting, which is today. So to say that we're only going to discuss criteria and nothing specific, I don't agree with that. We have told the public we will address it, and it should be on our agenda, as we have said several times.
Okay, Ms. Dupree Bruno, please.
My recommendation to the board is to hold off on that discussion because there is a comprehensive, actually, there's 2 workshops that will be coming to the board to discuss explicitly LGBTQ issues and how they are addressed within the district. I think it's very important for the board to have that knowledge prior to the discussion with regards to the resolution. So I would hold off. Those workshops are coming in January.
There will also be,
Okay, let me, Ms. Morgan?
No, my comment was, we've scheduled to address it, so
Yes.
I'm happy with that.
I just say, we have said to the public over and over again that we would discuss it here, and it was like we put it off and put it off. I understand that there's information that we will receive, but that's not what we told the public. And I don't know how you're going to address that. I mean, they have been told, even as recently as our last meeting, they were told that at our reorg that we were going to discuss it, so.
I know, Ms. Gittens, at the last meeting, I did make a comment to say that we were going to have these workshops. I think it's extremely important for the board to be fully aware and knowledgeable about everything that has happened within the district with regards to this topic prior to any discussions, because we don't want to have the discussions blindly, and there are a lot of questions, and staff is working on answering those questions and providing a very comprehensive workshop that I think will enlighten the board, and the board will be able to make a determination based on the knowledge at that time.
Jackie, I mean, I understand that. Where are we going to, I mean, will that be put, that topic, I mean, not the topic, but that group be put into?
I'm sorry, Ms. Fisher? Ms. Fisher, we're hearing your conversation. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Gittens, there are several things that will be addressed today. The first one is the criteria, because we have the criteria, before we have the criteria, we don't really have a way of approving anything. The second item that will come up after the criteria is a list of historical data that shows which resolutions have been approved before, and we'll ask for your approval of that list for this year. If there are items on that list that board members are not comfortable with, then we'll ask to pull those for discussion. And if you look here at the bottom, it says submissions for consideration must be brought to the board workshop at least 1 month prior to the requested vote on the resolution. So anything that is on that list that people are not comfortable with, we would mark for a future workshop at least 1 month prior to the vote for the resolution.
So in that vein, then LGBTQ should be under the culture and heritage where they wanted to be seen in the beginning. And then if someone wants to take it off in the discussion, I'm concerned that if this document gets out publicly and they are not even listed on here in conjunction with that bottom paragraph, then we are looking as though we are just excluding them, and we're waiting until January to discuss if we're going to include them.
These are only examples. They are included on the list.
I understand that. I understand. I'm just saying.
Ms. Gittens, so there is another document that goes along with what Ms. McClung was discussing. There's a document that provides the historical celebrations that the district has had. If you look on the back of that document, it does discuss new proposed celebrations. It does list LGBTQ.
Right,
But
I
voting on that at this time, we want to make sure that the board has all of the information first. But it is on there. So if the public wants to know if this is something that is being considered, yes, it is. It's on there. But there's no vote because we need to have that other workshop first.
I understand all that. I'm just saying, as a caveat, and I understand there's not an appetite to do that at this point, but I'm just saying that may be a consideration when people look at this. Anyway, okay.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes. At the very bottom of the page that we're looking at, submissions for consideration brought to board workshop. Does that mean for new?
Yes.
I don't see the word new here.
Okay, we can add the word.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming.
Yes.
But if we
Yes.
as a board right now, approve a core of these, then it would be only if we're adding something new, correct?
Well, yes, technically, but all of the ones that you will be approving today for the year would be at least a month in advance as well. So you're going to look at a list you're going to look at a list today, and the suggestion is at every reorg meeting, it will be brought forward for the following year. You will be looking at all the resolutions for each month that you would want to come forward. And then if there were additional ones, say something came up and you said, oh, I didn't realize this was in March and I would like to have it added to the list, then you would need to bring in at least by February so that it could be considered.
Okay, isn't that what I just said?
Well, you said new ones, and I suppose,
New addition, so,
Yes.
okay, yeah, maybe I probably wasn't clear.
yeah, we can add the word new, and that'll take care of that, right?
Okay, but does that make sense to everyone if we, right now, accept a core of these that, you know, like we're always going to do
Correct.
Women's Month, Black History Month, those kinds of things, those don't need to be brought up again. It's only if we're going to add something brand new that's not on our core approved list.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, and I'm just saying the verbiage here needs to, at the bottom here, needs to reflect that.
We'll just add the word new, and that should
Okay,
take care of
thank
it. Thank you. So let's go back up. There was agreement around the criteria of A, education, health, safety, or welfare of children and youth. The second area is history of a group, culture, or heritage. Is there agreement that that should also be one of the criteria areas?
Yes.
Ms. Giovanelli? Ms. Giovanelli?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The next area is family, community engagement, and education. Is there agreement around that one? Okay, thank you. And the last, pardon?
No, they agreed. Thank you.
And the last one is recognition of the work of district employees, such as Teacher Appreciation Week or School Nurse Day. Is there agreement there?
Ladies, thank you. Thank you.
Are there any areas that are not included here that you believe should be?
I think that any recognition this board engages in should be apolitical.
That was my
Ms. Morgan?
question. So who is deciding the rationale? Because I think it has to be an apolitical organization, a not-for-profit or an organization that has no political arm.
So at this point, board members, you are deciding the resolution. So there's going to be a proposal of historically what you've done. You can vote on that. And then if there's anything new, then it will be up to you when you see it's on the workshop to do your research and be prepared to discuss it.
Thank you.
So at this time, the ones that are listed are apolitical, that we had thus far.
I would propose adding an E.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
I would propose adding E.
Oh,
Right, an actual criteria through which we would, a lens through which we would view recognitions, whether I want to bring one forward to the board for consideration, or staff does, or a student does, or anything, it must be apolitical for a nonpartisan board to consider it.
okay. Ms. Gittens?
The only issue I see with that, if you say they don't have a political arm, it's very hard for me to look at all of these and not see that different causes and groups have a political piece to further their need for their organization. So I don't understand how we can, put it through a sieve and say if you have a political, cancer has a political arm that helps, all types of, whether they be diseases or causes. And I'm just not sure we can paint it with such a broad brush as saying if they have a political arm that they can't be used.
Ms. Morgan?
So that takes me back to the comment I made when we had this conversation a while ago. to separate resolutions from recognitions. So, if you want to recognize American Heart Week or whatever, yes, they have a political organization, recognize them, but don't do a resolution, because then the resolution
I would agree.
makes it political. So I really think we have to be clear about what's a recognition and what's a resolution.
And I would agree with that.
Ms. Giovanelli or Ms. Fisher, do you have any comments?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I would agree, and I'm sorry I have an echo, but I would agree with that. We have to be clear. With a resolution, I believe there should be an action and what that action should be. And I think it's important that we have expectations for teachers and so forth, what their actions should be. And so I think we should be very clear. So I would agree with Ms. Morgan that as well.
Ms. Fisher, do you have any comments?
Yes, I wanted to say, can we define apolitical? And we're having phone issues here, so I heard Ms. Patrica say something about adding an E, but I missed what it was.
Mr. Bruno is going to, I think, expand on that, maybe?
What I was going to say is actually in agreement with what Ms. Gittens said. I think we have to be very careful, and I would caution the board with regards to the definition of apolitical. Most things may have some type of political component to it. Political meaning interested in some type of government issue, or just a definition relating to government or public affairs of a country. So a lot of things may have some type of political element to it. I would recommend to the board that they take these things that are not part of your general list of resolutions on a case-by-case basis. Do your research beforehand. Make sure you're prepared to discuss it and explain why you think it should or should not be included as a resolution from the board. But the blanket apolitical, I think, can be a slippery slope and not be beneficial to the board.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens?
Okay, so back to what Ms. Morgan was saying, I'm kind of stuck on this definition of recognition versus resolution. Recognition says, I know you're there, and appreciate who you are and what you're doing, and that's it. A resolution means I know you're there, appreciate what you're doing, and we're going to do this. So we really, really have to be very careful not to mix those two together. That's where the issue comes in. Recognition is one thing, resolution is another. We resolve is a very strong word for a board to make.
A nonpartisan board.
A nonpartisan board, under any circumstances, a resolution is very, very, very sticky.
Okay, Mr.
So this is why we have the definition and the guidelines for the recognitions. So that's what you guys just reviewed and voted on and gave consensus on. So now you're dealing with something completely different, which is more from the outside versus your student or your staff or the district participating in something. Those are your recognitions. Your resolutions are going to be things on the outside that you feel get to that point that it needs to be recognized by the board.
Okay, and I believe that Ms. Giovanelli was in agreement of Ms. Morgan as well. Ms. Morgan?
Oh, no, sorry. My apologies.
Okay, Ms. Gittens?
Question, so Cindy, I'm sorry, Ms. McClung, that number 2, those items that are listed, are they in recognition or of those, or are we saying we will do a resolution for those? This is resolutions.
Right now, these are resolutions. Now, the discussion that was just had brings forward that you could look at the list of what have currently or historically been considered resolutions and say some of those, yeah, we agree those should be resolutions, but some of them, even though we've called them resolutions before, maybe we want to go back and make them a recognition instead.
Okay, Ms. Vaughn?
Yeah, I was just going to say, what's just been said makes a lot of sense to me, that we don't need a whole lot of resolutions. If we have one per month, that's probably enough. But that said, do we need to go back to the page we just approved and add guidelines for, because we have recognition of student, staff, schools, but do we need to add another category on that page?
Yes, if you're going to say that some of the resolutions you've looked at in the past probably should have been recognitions, then we would need to add another definition for recognition or another criteria for recognition.
So that's what I suggest, that we finish with this page, but then go back and come up with, recognition. What is a recognition, the way we did, or what deserves a recognition or something like that.
So if I may, Ms. Joy?
Yes. Ms. Fisher?
Yes, when this form is finished.
I agree, we need to form some kind of criteria. What is as well? Pardon?
Back to Ms. Fisher and then to you, okay? Thank you.
So I want to be very clear because I think we're mixing up some terminologies. I believe what you're referring to, something that doesn't get to the level of a resolution, but you want to acknowledge it. But it's not necessarily a recognition because you have your criteria for recognition. So an acknowledgement is most likely the next category that you're looking at. For example, you don't want to have that formal whereas resolution, but you do want to acknowledge that this is Red Ribbon Week. That will be an acknowledgement. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Fisher, please.
Okay, so the recognitions are in celebration of special achievements for people. And right here, it says criteria for board resolutions. Resolutions are statements of honor and support. I think that we have to be very careful about being consistent with our national, state, and local governmental organizations who are doing these resolutions, because we want to be consistent with that. Otherwise, we are making a political statement. And I would not want to I would not want to put us in that position. So I think that we need to be very careful when these things come to us on the national or state level, and then they are also entertained by local city governments and the county commission. I think we need to be pretty consistent with that. Just a word of my own personal opinion.
Ms. Giovanelli? Ms. Giovanelli?
Yes. So I think it's important that we, like I said, define the criteria of what a resolution would be, and if it meets that criteria, then that's when it becomes a resolution versus the recommendation or whatever. So, you know what I'm saying? So I think we have, like Yvonne just said, I think we need to go back to what we just voted on to make sure that these two are in alignment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Giovanelli. Ms. Petricca?
So I hear what Attorney Dupree Bruno is saying, and my concern with a recognition for Celebrate Literacy Week, for example, is what staff member or student comes forward to receive that recognition. We're not recognizing achievement in that regard. We are acknowledging the week. And I think a resolution is more important. I think, I don't know whether it was Ms. Vaughn or Ms. Morgan that said it, we are resolving to do something. Mm-hmm. Like, to me, a resolution is action, whereas acknowledgement is, this is important to our community, and we want to point out that it's out there, but the board isn't necessarily doing anything other than acknowledging it. Am I making sense?
Yes.
So as much as I hate the thought of creating anything new, because I'm such a traditionalist, I'm not sure that acknowledgements is a bad idea. The board chair just acknowledges these categories, and then the resolutions are more important. Ms. Fisher, I totally hear you about being in line with other organizations, but I think that we're at a place where we really need to, we just need to examine this closely and make sure we're on solid footing going forward, understanding that a school board is apolitical, is nonpartisan, let's put it that way, and we deal with issues so different from municipalities and counties that I think we can stand on our own 2 feet and make strong statements when necessary and when appropriate. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Ms. Morgan?
May I respond?
Yep. Yes, please, Ms. Fisher.
Okay, so then I think we need to change that definition, that school board resolutions are statements of honor and support. To me, that's pretty simple and straightforward. The other issue is that when we are looking around the state at our sister districts and they are having the resolutions on a timely fashion for different acknowledgments, actually, is what it really is, like Black History Month, like American Indian Heritage Month. I still think that we need to be consistent rather than taking a stand one way or the other, because that could get us in trouble. And I'd ask Attorney Dupree Bruno to weigh in on that also. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dupree Bruno?
Through the chair. Ms. Fisher, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were pointing out other school districts. I thought you were comparing us to the county. I misunderstood what you said. My bad.
Yeah. No, I did do that too, yes. I said other governmental agencies.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Ms. Dupree Bruno?
So I would agree that we do have to be mindful specifically of other districts and what they're doing, all the way up to, the federal government in terms of what it's doing as well. So we do have to be mindful of that. One thing I would make a recommendation to the board is for criteria for board resolutions, I would probably recommend a section E that is action. So the difference between an acknowledgement and a resolution will be the action. Both of them are to honor and support, but the resolution would require some type of action. For example, the statute requires Holocaust Remembrance Week, which is the second week of November. It requires some action, some type of integration of the Holocaust remembrance in the curriculum. So that would be a resolution that requires action. If you want to do, Bus Safety Week and just have an acknowledgement that this is Bus Safety Week, may not necessarily require an action. That could be an acknowledgement that your chair makes at the time that, you are celebrating that particular item.
Okay. Ms. Morgan?
I absolutely agree.
Okay. Ms. Gittens?
I don't know if it's just me that's still confused, but to say in our document, school board resolutions, and we have already just defined that there's an acknowledgement, a recognition, and a resolution. The resolution is the action piece that you were talking about. So if the resolution is the action piece, to name this whole section resolutions and put all of them under there is what's confusing to me.
Definitely needs to be clarified that if the board is in agreement to add a third part to this, would be the acknowledgement, and it could be recognitions, resolutions, and acknowledgement would be that section.
Well, and then therefore we would have to sort out this A through D into one of those sections.
I think A through D and the board resolution part can remain the same, and it can be the same for the acknowledgement. The only difference is that the resolution will require some type of action.
So I would suggest that rather than adding a number 3 for action, we would simply just change the definition at the top. School board resolutions are statements of honor and support and require action upon an action associated with the resolution. And that way that would say that that's a resolution. And then we could have another one that says acknowledgements, school board acknowledgements are statements of honor and support. And they could meet that same criteria, but they wouldn't have the action piece added to it.
Yeah, I can support that.
I think that is everybody in agreement with that? Ms. Giovanelli, Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Yes, because that was my whole point, is that a resolution requires action, and what that action needs to be defined, and that's, so I'm absolutely, thank you.
Add that to the definition, then I will add a section of acknowledgements that will say the same thing, just without that action piece.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have agreement around those. So now I'm going to bring up the list that of historical data. And we'll need to decide if you, it sounds like we want to say that some of these maybe are acknowledgements rather than resolutions. So if we can go through and if we can come to agreement on which ones you agree at this point are resolutions, we could do that.
Can I make a suggestion in the interest of time?
Yes,
We
ma'am.
do this individually, perhaps send us a
Yes,
thing, the survey. Where we can
yes.
fill in the survey, you can aggregate the data, and then only bring to us those that are in question,
That would be perfect.
then we could have a discussion surrounding that.
Because I think it will take some time to come to agreement on those. So, and rather than go through them, let me just give you the general idea of this here, of this document, what's on here. The first ones that you'll see are ones that have been included in the past and are on the FY21 calendar for inclusion, except for Sam Sirianni Day, which was not recognized in August, or at least it wasn't on the list that I received. Then we have some new ones that are on the calendar for FY21, so those are listed by month. And then there were a couple of others that came through from the Commissioner of Education last week, National Missing Children's Day, Gifted Education Week, Holocaust Education Week, and there were a few others down there so that you can see the categories. So I will send this out, and I'll put it in a format where I will ask you to mark whether you believe it should be a resolution or an acknowledgement, and we'll move from there. Yes, Mrs. Gittens?
Is the Holocaust education a national?
State. That's a Florida state statute requirement.
Okay.
You'll see the
I
note
think
there.
that, because I do remember a conversation we had a while back when we first started with this and talking about if it was a nationally recognized from, the federal level, that would be included. We did have that conversation. So it's like, as long as, if it says national here, then I'm assuming that it has that federal designation.
And this one was from Florida statute, so it does not have national on it. But the National Missing Children's Day, for example, does. So I'll send that out, and I'll ask you to make your recommendation, and then I'll bring that back at a future workshop before January.
When would you like to have this returned back to you? Give us a date so that way we can have it to you, please.
I'm thinking by the end of next week.
Okay?
So that'll be the 20th, I believe. So if we can do it that way, because the ones for January will need to be approved at the December meeting in order to be on the January agenda.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Giovanelli, Ms. Fisher, are you in agreement of that? Okay.
And then, board members, I would ask that all of this, everything that you finally decide, be incorporated into your manual for easy reference in the future.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Ms. Vaughn has a question?
Okay, so to be clear, you want what we believe should be a resolution. Should we also include what we believe should be struck from the whole list?
What I'll do is I'll add columns, and I'll ask you to mark resolution, acknowledgement, not included.
Oh, okay, you're
Okay.
making it.
Yes, I'll make it as simple as I can.
Perfect, that's what I needed to know, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Okay, so that ends our section on resolutions and recognitions, and now we have invocations for discussion. I know we had this discussion earlier. We were asked to bring it back, so we'll just do a quick synopsis. There was discussion around the requirements of an invocation. The court decisions indicate that a school board may hold an invocation at the beginning of a meeting. However, if they choose to do so, then they need to have a very set standard for how they choose the speaker for the invocation. It must be representative of the community. So we've looked at several different organizations around the country. There are two ways that seem to be the most prevalent. One is that they have a document that lists all of the organizations within their community, and they either open that up to those organizations and have them sign up for a time, or they rotate through that list. For example, some of them would go to their Chamber of Commerce and would list all of the affiliations through the Chamber of Commerce and allow them to either rotate through or sign up. We do have a list like that, that is, I believe Ms. Thomas keeps. And that is how we were choosing them for the last couple of months. Others just open it up for anyone who would like to sign up. That said, if that is open, then if they are on the list, then you must allow them to speak. Other organizations have chosen to do a moment of silence, which is what the board agreed to do at the last action meeting, starting with the next action meeting. However, it was asked to bring back here for further discussion, so we'll now open that up for discussion.
Okay, Ms. Fisher or Ms. Giovanelli?
Yes, I vote to do the list. I agree that that's the best way.
The list from,
To select an individual.
to select, okay?
We now have an interfaith organization list that's used.
Ms. Giovanelli?
Okay, I'm good.
You're good with what, the list
Yeah.
of only faith-based organizations?
No, I think we need to be diverse.
That's fair.
So essentially an invocation as opposed to not a religious one, but just a call to.
Okay. Ms. Patrica?
I would prefer a list of faith-based organizations, but if I'm going to get an invocation, I'll take whatever list you'll give me. As opposed to a moment of silence, that's what I mean.
Okay. Ms. Gittens?
Well, I'll repeat what I said the last time. My concern is, and then I've heard about situations where someone is, considers themselves faith-based and believing what they believe, and it not necessarily Christian, so to speak. So we would have to then allow them time to speak and to say whatever it is they believe in. If it's, purple unicorns and they have documentation that they are a valid religious organization, they can stand there and talk about purple unicorns. And not that that's wrong if that's what we want to do. But if the Purple Unicorn group is on the list and they never get selected, then we've got the repercussion of why don't you ever select Purple Unicorns? And I just, like I have said before, I pray every day. I am truly a Christian, and I would like nothing more than to have in our schools and in our meetings and everywhere we go to be able to open up with prayer. However, we also have to understand the tone of the times and where we're at. So, I'll go along with whatever anyone wants to do. I just think we may open ourselves up for more discussion than not. I truly wish we could just pray and that would be fine. But the caveat is there's going to be a group that is saying they're left out or whatever. So I just put that out there for your consideration.
Ms. Vaughn?
When board members were actually delivering the invocation, I had taken myself off the list, and that's been for the past 2 years because it's a personal preference. And to me, prayer is very private, and I did not feel that it was my place to deliver an invocation. I'm not sure if I've been placed back on, but honestly, I have not been asked to select someone, and I haven't seen the list. So this is why I'm asking questions that maybe sound dumb to the rest of you, but on this list, does it have, like Methodist Church, Temple, Emmanuel, or is that listed along with the name of the pastor or rabbi or priest?
Yeah, Ms. Vaughn, I
What
think
does the list look like?
they're creating the list. I know We have a list?
We don't
Okay,
have
I've
one?
never used a
Oh,
list,
I
but
thought we were choosing from a list
We
already.
do, we have a list.
I've never used it, but it's a good question.
And while she-
Ms. Vaughn, the list is still being worked on, but it's every denomination.
Okay,
every-
but it would, so in other words, if we go that way, that we want to go with a faith-based organization, we could see, okay, in January, we had a Methodist minister. In February, we had a rabbi, and that, so we could see that, and, yeah, I would suggest that that's important. I don't know, there are groups that would offer secular thoughts. As a matter of fact, part of what Mr. Muhammad did was, I loved the parable and some of the things that he said. And so, we do have a lot of choices out there. Frankly, if we're looking at the spirit of this, although I'm Christian, honestly, I kind of cringe in a public gathering where a pastor speaks only of Jesus Christ. To me, there's a whole group of people out there that believe in God or Buddha or whatever, or they're agnostic, okay, or atheist. And so, I don't know. I kind of am leaning toward just to stay out of the purple unicorn issue or the Church of Satan or something like that. And part of the Church of Satan, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but, and, we may just avoid some of these dicey issues, let's say.
That's
if
why I used unicorn.
Thank you.
Yeah, if we just go with a moment of silence, or maybe on some occasions have somebody come in, for instance, if it's Holocaust month, perhaps that would be an appropriate month to have a rabbi, not with a prayer, but with a meditation or something like that as a possibility. Anyway, I'm leaning toward the moment of silence.
I'm with the moment of silence. I think we should be doing what the kids are doing. I don't think we should, separate ourselves from that. So I'm with the moment of silence, please.
And I as well. I believe that having a moment of silence, we are not eliminating anyone or offending anyone, and even the purple unicorns. But I do believe that we need to make sure that when we're thinking of this, and Lord knows I pray every day, every hour, pretty much, but I just know that I would hate to be the person that would offend anyone. And I just think that we have to think of everyone, and staying in with what we are doing in school, I think is where we need to go. So I guess in that, we would need to figure out who, Cindy?
If we could have a consensus, and let's just start with, is there consensus around a moment of silence in place of an invocation?
Okay, moment of silence. Ms. Giovanelli, Ms. Fisher? Ms. Giovanelli, Ms. Fisher?
I would like the interfaith organizational list to choose them.
Okay, Ms. Fisher, so you are not for a moment of silence, and Ms. Giovanelli?
I am not for a moment of silence.
Okay, and Ms. Patrica is not. So that would be 4 to 3.
So the decision then is that you will stick with a moment of silence.
Yes, and everybody can pray the way they wish.
Okay, thank you. In that case, we don't need to come up with criteria around that, so we will move on to board priorities. Last year, the board decided that their priorities would be around the strategic plan, and you had already chosen areas of that you were going to champion within that, and decided that those would remain as your, I'm sorry, I'm trying to read and talk at the same time, and it's really not working. There we go. Would remain as your board priorities. I got out of my folder. So I'm going to open up the list from last year, and it listed the different areas that the area that each person had chosen to be a champion. Mrs. Fisher was increased focus on social and emotional health of students. Ms. Morgan, increased readiness for kindergarten. Ms. Giovanelli, provide additional opportunities for student learning. Ms. Patrica, increased school safety. Ms. Gittens, prepare for future growth. Ms. Vaughn, build a future-ready district workforce. And Ms. Jordan, increase business and community partnership. Now, I want to make clear these are different than the board legislative priorities. These were the board as a group, your priority areas. So the first question is, do you want these to remain your board priority areas?
I'm good with it.
Yes.
Ms. Giovanelli?
I'm good with mine.
And I am.
Okay. So, Ms.
6-1.
Okay, Ms. Vaughn, is it that you would like to change your area, or you believe we should have different priorities?
I'm ready to change my area.
Okay, so you agree that these are the areas, but you would like to change yours personally? And there are other areas of the district strategic plan that you could choose from? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
I'm not sure, they're not listed here, but.
And we can come back and talk about that in just a moment.
Yeah, and I didn't realize we're locked into these for this year as well, and I hope I didn't step on Ms. Morgan's toes, because my board message is based on kindergarten readiness.
No, these are what we are.
I know,
We
but
all work
doesn't it-
together, though.
I understand, but what I'm saying is typically an area that we're working on, for instance, when I was working on census, I wrote about census, but since we just had the Envision 2030, and it was my turn for November to write on it, I liked what I saw under kindergarten readiness, and it never occurred to me, and I'm proofreading right now, so I hope that wasn't what you're writing on, but there's lots of stuff to say. Anyway.
And I do believe that, I mean, it says champion, but I know that there's a lot of crossover, and of course, that's what we're here for, is to work together, whether it's, because the district workforce is what, CTE. I know Ms. Patrica always speaks a lot about that. I mean, we all speak about everything that's on this list.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing. So we're working together, focused on these
But I
issues.
just saying, sometimes something you don't even think about, and it's like, oh,
The light comes on.
maybe I stepped on somebody's toes. And it was just at this very minute that I thought, well, I've already written it, and I'm proofreading it right now.
So, Ms. McClung, where would you like to go from here?
Well, I'd be happy to work with Ms. Vaughn offline to look through the strategic plan and maybe pick an area because not all areas are represented here. There are certainly different strategic initiatives that we could talk about.
Okay, that's fine.
So what I would like to know from the board as a whole is what do you need in order to increase your ability to champion your area? Is there something you need from staff? You don't have to tell me that right now, but if you could be thinking about what you feel has gone really well for you and being able to get the message out to the community around your area, and are there things that would help you with that? Whether it's something that we can provide or if it's information that you can provide, if you could just be thinking about that so that we can get the focus back on there. I know we've had a focus on the pandemic for the last 6 months. So now that we are back in the schools, we'd really like to be getting that message out around the strategic plan again. Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, can
Can I comment, please?
Sure, we'll let you.
Real quick?
Go ahead.
I don't know if this is something that Ms. Bond would be interested in. I don't mind switching with her because mine is a kind of a crossover, what I've been doing
Yes.
with the district workforce. So I don't have a problem if she would want to switch and take the student learning. That's up to her because I kind of have jumped into the future already
Is that-
with workforce as well with my student learning. So that's up to her.
Yes, Ms. Giovanelli, she's happy with that.
Okay, well, then that resolves it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Switch us around.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
That was easy.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, the next item that we have is our board meeting calendar. And we're at the time for a break, but with the board's indulgence, if we could get through the calendar and the article assignments and then take our break.
Sure.
Okay, great, thank you.
Is that okay with everybody? I just said sure for everybody.
Yes.
Thank you. So hopefully you have had an opportunity to review the proposed calendar for next year, starting in January. These, again, are proposed for Tuesdays at 6 p.m. for the action meeting. So if you'll take a moment to look at those dates and see if you see any conflicts.
Still waiting for it to load, and I can't see it on the screen.
Bigger. That's as big as it'll get, I'm sorry.
So July, is there one or 2 days? I can't read what's in the...
There's one.
In July, it is July 27th, and that's the special board meeting to adopt the FY '21-22 tentative budget at 5:05 p.m.
Okay, only one for September? And we don't go to December? I'm sorry, it won't load on my screen, so I can't...
December.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry, it's just down further.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine's not, I don't know, it's not.
The only question I would ask, traditionally, we've only done one meeting in July. But I also know that it is a really tough time for budget and finance. And for them to go a whole month during the budget development and approval process, I'm just saying, does that work for staff?
May I, through the chair? I think they like the month off from us.
That could very well be.
I say that in jest, but in some seriousness as well.
Yeah, I think we've been able to make that one work. I understand it does, we do crunch up in July, but it also does, there's a lot of vacations and stuff that people take during that period of time as well. So it's allows people to do that and not have to plan on coming in for a board meeting.
Yep, okay.
Okay, Ms. Giovanelli, Ms. Fisher?
I'm good with the calendar.
Thank you. Ms. Giovanelli?
Yeah, I'm doing calendars. My only concern is if we have another year like this past year, how does this coincide with the school calendar? And I know that's probably in the works as well, so my only concern is that COVID has affected our calendar and theirs as well, and, will this coincide with it regardless of any changes that the schools would have?
Dr. Atkins or Ms. McClug?
Yeah, I'm fairly, so we do have an instructional calendar that has been developed. So, I mean, that is, Dr. Pruitt has done that work already. So I believe that was done, during this development, but I'll double check.
And Ms. Gittin says it was, because she's on that calendar committee, I believe.
There you go. She's on the committee.
Perfect. Thank you.
So are we in consensus, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, then the next item would be to look at the workshop dates and the briefing dates. So let's start with briefings. This year, they have been held the day before the workshop. on the Monday afternoon prior to before the action meeting, the Monday afternoon prior to the action meeting.
No, they've been held on the Tuesday before. Many of them have been held just before the action meeting. And I'm
Would you
sorry,
prefer to have them?
Yeah, that's, I don't know, that's a concern for me. I've brought it up before, but I will bring it up again, that having those meetings just before a 6 o'clock meeting, an action meeting, is just, when we have other days that we could perhaps use the whole day Monday to do like we previously had done, and have workshop in the morning and briefing in the afternoon on the Monday, and then have the action on Tuesday. And I know there are times that we have to, add different meetings, and that's fine, but not as a practice of just back-to-back-to-back meetings on the Tuesday is a lot.
Ms. Fisher, do you have any comments?
My only comment is I wanted to know if everybody was stuck on the 6 o'clock action meeting, or could we possibly entertain an earlier time? Follow up to Mrs. Gittens' conversation about the workshop and briefing on the Monday preceding.
Okay, is there any conversation on that? All right, Ms. Morgan?
Yeah, so I have two questions. One is of the superintendent about briefings, what his experience has been with staff and in response to our questions. So that's with briefings. And then with respect to the regular meeting, I like the idea of meeting earlier, but I'm not certain about student performances. I don't know how that fits into, I don't know how, I just don't know. And student recognitions, so.
Sure, thank you. And Ms. Vaughn?
Yeah, our school-based people work during the day, and I think it's really important that teachers and principals have the opportunity to come and experience us live. And, the student performances, and so, I realize county commissioners and many of the other groups have morning meetings, but I just don't see that working as well for an educational community. And, on top of that, even if a bus of kids came over here to give a performance, the parents want to see their kiddos performing. So, no, I do not support moving it from the 6 o'clock time period.
Okay, so Ms. Vaughn, that's, you're speaking on the time, and then how about the other, regarding briefings, workshops?
I'm fluid on that. I'm just set on 6 o'clock. I could go various ways.
And if I may go back to Ms. Morgan, your opinion on workshop briefings, days?
Oh, I'm, whatever the board wants, it's fine by me.
And then Ms. Gittens, for the time?
I would prefer to have workshops and briefings on one day unless necessary, and then have action meetings on the following day.
And in the evenings?
In the evenings, and I just, one of the reasons too about not having back-to-back-to-back meetings, we are involving staff an awful lot in these meetings, and if they, they're here working all day, then they sit through meetings and then here until 8 o'clock, is it really necessary to just stack them up that way?
Ms. Patrica?
We take up staff's time regardless of whether it's on Monday or Tuesday. I have always found the briefing followed by the action meeting to be very efficient. I think that after December 1st, hopefully we can better characterize or categorize our roles and what a board meeting is supposed to be about, and that could cut back on the length of some of these meetings. Staff, when it gets to be the 8 o'clock hour, I guarantee you they want to go home, and when we drag things out a little bit, it gets to be a little bit difficult for them. But I see workshops as going long because that's the discussion piece. The briefing, we should be able to stay within the time frame set by the chair and the superintendent, and then the action meeting, it depends on what comes our way that night. So I like the flexibility of the workshop on Monday and in the event we run long, followed by the more definitive timeframes on Tuesday with the briefing and the action meeting. And I would agree with Ms. Vaughn that a 6 o'clock start is probably most appropriate for an educational community.
Thank you. Ms. Giovanelli?
I would actually agree with Mrs. Gittens. I like everything on Monday, and then just coming in for the action meeting in the evening. I would agree with this, keeping the time, the 6 o'clock evening.
So that parents and families can attend if they want. I prefer, I think Mondays, having a workshop and a briefing and having it all done on Monday leaves it open to have a smoother meeting on Tuesday at 6. So having it, again, like having it all on Tuesday makes it for a very long day and night sometimes.
Again, with the superintendent, did you, I know, do you want to?
Well, I don't think there's a lot of preference other than just to say this. You know, a briefing and a workshop both are very, staff intense, so you're talking one right after the other if you stack them on one day. The second thing is the other day, if you have a workshop on a Monday and a briefing on a Tuesday, it's two public opportunities to receive information prior to the action meeting. And then the third thing is if you have, and this doesn't matter to staff, but whenever you do have a board action meeting on a Tuesday, staff has been working since early in the morning, all afternoon, and then continues on through into the night. And so candidly, if you all have a lot of energy, sometimes it can be, a very long night on staff. So, but anyway, we serve at the pleasure of the board, so we're flexible as it comes to that. Those are just some things that you might want to consider.
Okay, and I think that once we, figure out and get all the, through the workshops and getting all the information that is needed, that the action meeting should be just the action meeting, and it should go fairly smooth without taking, hours and hours, because we have had the opportunity to speak, have the knowledge, and get all the information that we need. What would you like?
I'd like us to start with agreement on the workshop, because it sounds like there's consensus there. So do we have consensus that workshops would be held on the day before the action meeting, generally a Monday?
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Ms. Giovanelli?
Yes.
Thank you. And yes for the rest of the board. Thank you.
Okay, so workshops on Monday. Now let's talk about the briefing. Let's start with Monday afternoon. How many would prefer to have the briefing following, say, with an hour break after the workshop on Monday?
I would prefer.
I'm sorry, say that again, Ms. Giovanelli?
She said
I
she
would prefer it to be a Monday.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher?
Yes, I do too, but with the caveat that is agreeable to staff and works with their schedule.
And Dr. Atkins, you said that would work.
Yeah, we can certainly make that work.
Okay. And then Ms. Patrica? I prefer Tuesday. Tuesday. Yeah. Tuesday? So we have,
I don't know.
Tuesday.
Oh.
Doing Monday, so how many said yes on the Monday?
I'm sorry, Monday. For Monday, Ms. Giovanelli? You said yes for Monday, correct?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Thank you.
For Monday.
And the rest for Monday? Ms. Gittens is a Monday.
Okay, so it looks like 3. Okay, let's try Tuesday. How many would prefer to have the briefing on Tuesday prior to the action meeting?
But
She can live with it.
live with Monday.
So she can live with both. So what do we do with the live with
So
both?
who
You
decides?
have to decide, Ms. Vaughn.
What about those people?
They've already said Monday.
I can live with both. Toss a coin. I don't know.
What does staff want?
Well, again, I think what I said earlier was that probably the easiest for staff would be Tuesday, but,
Briefing.
again, Monday.
Well, then let's do Tuesday.
For a briefing?
For briefing, we're on briefings.
So workshop on Monday, and then the briefing on Tuesday prior to the action meeting.
That's fine.
And so it's 4 to 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And then the last piece is the article assignments. Ms. Thomas, if you would, I don't know how many have already been assigned. Where do you need to begin?
For the article assignment, this month was Ms. Vaughn, and then it goes back to the beginning for January. It goes back to Ms. Debbie Jordan. February was Ms. Gittens. March was Ms. Vaughn. April, Ms. Morgan. May, Ms. Fisher. June, Ms. Giovanelli. July, Ms. Patrica. And August is our superintendent.
Okay, and I believe the May one was Ms. Fisher as the chair for the end of school. So once the chair for the year has been chosen, which would now actually be in June, at the end of school, you may want to make some changes then. But other than that, based upon the chairperson assignment, is everyone in agreement with your current assignment?
Well, can I
thought there was
remind
another.
everybody that I switched with Ms. Gittens one time so she could have, mine was initially February, I believe. Well, I know it was. So I switched. I had switched with her for, I think it was Black History Month or something. So I don't know if that's how things got changed or switched and so forth, but.
So are you looking for another day? Because I'll give you January. We can do this.
Well, no, there was a consistency, and it kind of got messed up, and now I don't know where it's at. That's really what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Ms. Vaughn?
I'm confused because we have 7 board members and the superintendent does one, and we have 12 months.
Well, 11. December's not on here.
September is Ms. Jordan again, and October is Ms. Gittens again.
Okay, I knew I had just
So
done that.
some of us have 2
Yes.
months out of the, why don't we just keep rotating it so that some years we have 2 and other years we have 1, and we don't necessarily do the same month every year?
That's a good idea.
I mean,
you.
Yeah,
Can we review that?
My point is there was a certain plan they had, and it kind of got messed up, so that's
yeah, I don't,
out of order or whatever.
Okay. Ms. Fisher, you just had a comment, please?
May I make a suggestion that we just start over again now? Am I hearing that there's nothing for December?
I don't see December on here, unless I'm not seeing it.
No, there's nothing on here for December.
Okay, that's
let's
correct.
start over in January and go just down District 1, District 2, or alphabetically, or whatever.
May I suggest that we start with this, we should have a holiday break message, I think, and the previous to this past year, I believe we did do December. Could we start over again and just rotate it so that everybody gets an opportunity and all months are covered?
So the recommendation that I would like to put forward then is that we begin with December with District 1, rotate through the districts 1 through 7, and just continue that rotation. And if there is something special that someone wants to switch with, they can bring that forward individually.
Does that sound, Ms. Giovanelli, Ms. Fisher, sound good?
What do you want to do about mine?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Everybody else
Yours
okay
would
with
stay.
that? Thank you.
Also, the superintendent's message would always be at the beginning of the year, as it has been traditionally.
We'll let him have that.
Okay. Thank you.
I know he writes every word of it.
Yeah. We start thinking about it now.
Okay, we have consensus on that. I'm sorry. Did we get?
Ms. McClung, can you repeat that?
So beginning with December, you would start with District 1 and just rotate through the districts with the exception of the August opening of the year statement, which would belong to the superintendent.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Let's take a 10-minute break, and when we come back, we'll have the discussion around board chair and vice chair. So that would bring us back at 2:15.
Thank you. come back from our break with the workshop. Ms. Giovanelli and Ms. Fisher, are you here?
I am.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. And before we begin the discussion about chair and vice chair, I want to back up just a moment. After a conversation with Attorney Dupree Bruno, we decided that it probably would not be a good idea to send electronically the form and ask you to indicate whether or not you wanted it to be a resolution or an acknowledgement. So what I'll ask you to do is to print out a copy of that, and I'll send it to you with the columns on it so you can do it and just mark it, what you would prefer, and then we'll bring those back, hand me the hard copies during a workshop, and we will tally them at that time and have the discussion at that time. That way there's no misconception that it's a polling of board members, because we don't want it to be considered a polling of board members.
Perfect.
So I will work with Ms. Schaefer, but we were just looking at future workshops to bring that back. Yes, ma'am.
I was just going to say, can I do PDF?
Sure.
The chances of me printing something out and marking it up and keeping track of it and returning it to you are non-existent. But if I can PDF it and email it to you.
Just do it right before the workshop.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you. So we were looking at.
So wait a minute, I'm sorry. So we're not going to get any kind of consensus? We're not going to know what, staff won't know what issues are still facing the board? I thought the point was to gather the data so that we knew where there was agreement and then put forth only those that required discussion.
So, I'm very conservative about sunshine. So the recommendation is that you're going to fill out the form, but you're not going to send it back to staff until the workshop, because we don't want any appearance of polling the board. All of these things are going to come before you for a vote and discussion. So that's what my concern is. So if you fill it out, and then when Ms. McClung is moving forward with the workshop, we will have assistants to add it all up and then tell you what it is at the workshop in the sunshine.
I know you're conservative about sunshine, and I loathe wasting time. So, sounds like a happy medium. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're looking for a time to bring that forward, keeping in mind that there will probably be quite a bit of discussion around items that people to decide whether you want it to be acknowledgement, whether you want it brought forward at all. Right now, the workshop in December, there's only one workshop. It is scheduled for December 7th. It already has 2.5 hours of items on it. We could add it to that workshop, but that would be extending that workshop considerably, would be my guess. There is a briefing the following day that is not filled yet. We could put it on the briefing agenda, or we could set a separate workshop specifically for this. So some discussion as to what your preference is.
Ms. Fisher?
Add it to the briefing.
Ms. Giovanelli? Ms. Giovanelli, are you there?
Yeah, I'm sorry, can't get this mute off. Yeah, whatever the board consensus is what you want.
Okay. Ms. Patrica? Oh,
Don't really care.
Ms. Gittens?
So let me make sure, you're asking about bringing this resolution piece up at the December 1st meeting?
No, it's when do you want to have this discussion? You can have this discussion at the December 7th workshop. However, there are already 2.5 hours worth of items on that workshop. Or you can have the discussion, bring these back and have that discussion at the briefing on December 8th. Or you can bring it back and have the discussion on a whole separate day.
Right.
And this would include the other things that are still outstanding that we discussed earlier today with regards to the manual. So everything that will be outstanding will be brought forth at that time.
Well, since we're only having one meeting on that Monday and it's a workshop, I don't understand why we couldn't bring it all at that time. It's not like there's, a time crunch. We've got all day. If we need to take a break and finish off what we need to finish off rather than putting it off further and further again.
Ms. Gittens, you're speaking on what day, please? The 16th?
7th. December 7th.
Oh, December.
Well, I thought it was to bring it at the next workshop.
At the
The
December 7th
next workshop is December 16th. is our next.
Is November 16th. We did not look at that date for, let me see if I can pull it up and see what's scheduled.
That's the next one, 16th.
Well, November 6th,
Yeah,
that's next week.
yeah.
November 16th.
December 16th.
December 16th is November 16th.
Oh, I was just going to say, November 16th.
November 16th is our next workshop.
Yeah, that's next week. So that would, I mean, that would mean getting your things before. Let me look at real quickly and see what's scheduled for next week. Thank you.
There's a special meeting at 11, but other than that, we have a board meeting at 1.
COVID testing process, the Dunbar High School ELL showcase. 90, it's an hour, 90 minutes in an hour, so 2.5 hours.
Okay, so right now it has about 2.5 hours scheduled for next week, so we could add it to that time, knowing it will probably add about an hour to an hour and a half time, so as long as everyone's okay with that.
So
So that would be
on the 16th, why can't we start earlier? Why do we have to start at,
Turn at 1.
right, but we have 11 o'clock.
I'm traveling in Gainesville that day. There's a scheduling conflict for one of your colleagues.
Oh, that's right.
The agenda post today.
And
That
are you
agenda
back?
posts
Oh, because the
today.
briefing was canceled on the 17th.
Yeah,
No,
this is today.
board briefing was canceled.
The briefing was canceled on the 17th. So we just,
Do not have a briefing on the 17th, correct?
on the calendar, it says canceled.
And the agenda for the 16th needs to post today.
Right, but I'm saying, is there indeed no briefing on the 17th? It's saying that it is canceled, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm hearing that is correct.
So there is no briefing?
Correct.
So if we had, you said this would take about an hour to do this?
Depending upon the conversation around it, I would count on at least an hour,
Right, so,
possibly 2.
well, my thing is on the Monday, if we are here, why not just add it to that? But other than that, since the briefing was canceled on the Tuesday, we could do it just before that, but I prefer Monday if we could.
Madam Chair,
Yes, please.
I'll change my vote to Monday the 16th.
Okay. And then Ms. Vaughn? That would be Ms. Patrica, would
I can
you?
do either, but I'll vote for the 16th.
And Ms. Patrica, will you be able to be on the phone at all with us?
Oh, yeah, I can be on the phone while I'm driving back. My question, let me finish. Let's finish this and then I'll ask
Okay,
my question.
thank you. Ms. Morgan? You're okay with whatever?
Whatever.
Go ahead, Ms. Patrica.
So is there a way to move the time of that 11 o'clock special meeting? How did that end up on my calendar when there's a conflict? How does that work? I mean, that's like my job. Does anyone know?
I think we looked at certain dates, and we were checking to see who
The majority would be here.
who could be here for that. Because we had postponed that before. That came up before this one.
This
And
is, I
one
believe,
just
this
came
is the
back
third
up
time it
again.
has come up. I believe this is the third time.
Third time.
So can we make it later in the afternoon when I can attend either via phone or face-to-face, depending on my travel?
You'll be traveling back home on the 16th?
Correct. Well, I've got a meeting in the morning, and the meeting is scheduled, I've got it on my calendar until 1. And then I can get on the phone in the car and participate in anything.
Okay, so that would be what, Ms. Dupree Bruno?
16th.
The 16th for the case?
Sorry, I was trying to find out what was on the agenda on the 16th. Repeat what
Okay,
you said.
so the 16th, they're speaking regarding the 16th, that meeting, I know that meeting was put on there because it had been moved several times, and we were trying to get it on the calendar. So is there a way of making that later so that everyone would be here in attendance? Is my question.
Employee information.
That's not already on my calendar, so I had to find out yours. I believe what you're referring to then is the special meeting.
Correct.
Okay, so that's not scheduled by my office, but I don't know if we can contact them to see if they are willing to reschedule it.
Right, I have to check with Lynn.
So we'll have to check with Office of Legal Counsel to find out about rescheduling that and see if that's possible.
Okay. So we're still on the topic of when we would bring this back,
I thought we just,
Take a consensus on
or,
Monday?
yeah, for Monday.
Yeah. I thought you did that.
So Cindy?
yeah, we did that.
Okay, I'm pulling it up right now. So Monday, right now at that workshop, there is the COVID testing process, the ELL showcase, and the agenda review. So we could put this in, do it after Dunbar, since they're already on there. We wouldn't want to have them wait. We would definitely want them to go beforehand, but we could add it to that. That's what I'm hearing.
So the workshop would be from 1 to possibly 5 or 5-ish?
That's what I'm hearing, yes.
But if we're not, nah.
Please.
If we're not having the special meeting,
Well,
we couldn't do that earlier?
that has to be, that is something that is with
No, I
the,
understand that she's working on whether we have it. If we don't, I mean, we're talking an extra hour, so.
they have to advertise it today, is what they just said.
And Ms. Patrica would not be available until after 1 o'clock.
I'm sorry.
So Ms. Patrica would not be available till after 1 o'clock in relationship to moving it earlier.
And then Ms. Patrica, right, would be able to join us by phone
Right,
for
at 1.
part of that workshop.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yeah, it'd be at
Okay.
1, yes.
Okay. If it stays at 1.
I mean, there's a chance FHSAA goes fast, but I can't guarantee that.
Right. And driving safely, okay. So the only thing that we're
Okay.
speaking on is if we can add that to this, so that we were not waiting until December.
Yes, and I think we can one way or the other. There's also some discussion of possibly moving the Dunbar presentation to another date, and then you can move your special meeting later in the day. So, but if your desire is to have this on that date, we'll do that, and then we will see how we need to move things around to make it happen.
Okay. Mr. Dupree, Bruno, did you have something?
I don't have anything to add. I'll have to check with the Office of Legal Counsel in terms of the time frame for that, because that is a special meeting with regards to certain issues, so I'll have to double check on that.
Okay. So as it stands right now, the consensus is to have that on Monday
Okay,
versus December.
so then when you come to that meeting, you'll need to bring with you that list of proposed resolutions with, and mark your desired, and I'll get that out to you today so that it's real clear what you need to do on it, and then you'll just bring that with you on Monday.
And then Ms. Patrica could actually have that to you ahead of time.
Yes.
So that way you have it, and then you can bring hers.
And then while the rest of the workshop's happening, I can be tallying, so we'll be in good shape.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So now we'll open up the discussion around the chair and vice chair positions for the upcoming year. Ms. Vaughn?
I think it's important that all board members have an opportunity to serve as either a vice chair or a chairperson. So I think as we look at the people who are currently on this board, there are a couple people who have not served as either a vice chair or a chairperson. And I'm thinking that after 4 years, Melissa Giovanelli, that it's her time to be a chairperson.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Patrica?
I think it's really important that whoever is the chair can run a meeting, can make the public feel safe, can be on time, can keep the meeting on time, can work with the superintendent to create an agenda. It's really just about running the meeting, and has the time to respond to emails. So again, I would stress the on-time piece of much of this being very important. I would say that if on time is criteria, there are 3 of us that qualify. There are 3 of us that are consistently on time to meetings, that are consistently sitting at the table when a meeting is about to start. And, you know, that doesn't knock everybody out of the box forever, but unless and until we see some commitment to that level of professionalism, I would have a hard time approving consistent lateness. I'm sorry, I'll say 4. There are 4 of us that are consistently on time.
Comments?
I would also say that I think that Ms. Jordan has done a good job keeping us on track, and I would nominate you to be our chair next year.
Thank you.
Ms. Morgan?
Ms. Morgan?
Oh, yeah, so I would agree with that, because to me, the most important thing, this board works well together when it has work, meaningful work to do. And we need a board chair who is prepared to put together a calendar and an agenda of work that is meaningful for everybody at this table. So to me, that's the most important. That's what I'm looking for in a board chair, particularly after, you know, I just think that's what we're ready for. So those are my comments.
This is Ms. Fisher.
Ms. Fisher?
Yeah, so I agree. I'm sorry, I'm getting an echo again. I agree that the board chair needs to be on time and organized and be able to make the other board members and the community feel safe and welcome. I want to say that this year there have been a couple of occasions where Debbie Jordan, as the vice chair, has carried us through at a moment's notice and adequately chaired our meetings. She's good at that. I really thank that. I also agree that there are people who have been on the board for a full term and have not had the opportunity to serve yet. And I do agree with the philosophy that everyone needs the opportunity. All things considered, at this time, I will nominate Chris Patrica for chair.
May I? I appreciate that, Ms. Fisher. I'm coming into a year where I will be taking over as president of FSBA, which will be a tremendous drain on my time. As much as I would like to serve as chair at some point in the future, I'm not sure this is the year. But I would welcome your nomination as vice chair in preparation for the following year, when my schedule opens up much more. I appreciate that, though.
Then at this time, I'll reserve my nomination for vice chair, but I will nominate Debbie Jordan to succeed as the chair. I think she's prepared.
Ms. Gittens?
Ms. Gittens?
I'm silent because I'm choosing my words. I do not think that it's fair to say that someone will not be in their position or be on time if they're given that opportunity. I think that's a personal, statement. And I believe that everyone should have an opportunity if they choose to do so. And first, before I continue, to ask Ms. Giovanelli if she's interested in doing the position. Can you?
I'm interested in either position. I was going to nominate Betsy for vice chair or chair, so I'm kind of trying to think this through a little bit because I haven't really completely. I would like opportunity. I think it needs to be equitable. this district needs to be an example to be equitable. But we have a lot of work to do as a board, and respect is probably the first and foremost, which we don't really have that for each other. And at this time, I would accept your nomination, Ms. Gittens, as chair. Thank you.
And I guess I will nominate myself for chair. I believe that I worked very hard this year as the vice chair, trying to make sure that we were on task, trying to keep everything going and working as one. And that is my comments.
Thank you. I think we've heard a lot of conversation around the chairperson. I'm sorry, Ms. Vaughn, did you want to add to that conversation?
I was just going to say that while we're talking about it, I will throw my name in for vice chair.
And I was just going to say, let's move that discussion to vice chair. So if you'd continue.
Yeah, I'm 2 years and I haven't served in a chair, vice chair position, and I know I can be fair, equitable. I'm very organized, and I understand the issues, so putting my name out there.
Thank you. Other discussion around the vice chair position?
Well, I would second Ms. Vaughn if she chooses to do so, or Ms. Giovanelli. I think Ms. Giovanelli has been on this board, longer than us, and should be given the opportunity if to at least be vice chair. But I would go with either.
Thank you.
Can I add one of these?
And I would support that.
Mrs. Vaughn?
Can I add one?
What are you supporting, Ms. Fisher, please?
I'm supporting Ms. Giovanelli. She's already served a full term, and I think it would be a good opportunity for her.
Okay, thank you.
And can I add to Mrs. Vaughn? She is objective and always fair, and so that's why I support Mrs. Vaughn's ability to serve as vice chair. I think that she would be very objective and fair. I think it's important that the position welcome the community, and that you vice chair, so that if people come to speak, they know that they are going to be heard, and that they're valued. And I think that is really important, and not to be divisive in any situation as chair or vice chair.
Thank you, Ms. Giovanelli. Ms. Vaughn, I believe you had something else you wanted to say.
What I was going to add is, it's pretty obvious to all of us that throughout the past year, there's often been a 4-3 vote or 3-4 vote. And I think in order to keep things balanced, something that should be considered is that, maybe it's not a good idea to have two people who've always been allied, so to speak, even though it's not cut and dry. But I mean, it's pretty obvious, and I think it would be a much more balanced approach. And I think also a chair and a vice chair working together from, let's call it, two different sides. I mean, we don't have sides, but can we talk? We have certain divisions, as almost like two sides of the aisle for many of our votes. And I think it would go a long way to promote the kind of unity and working together and the spirit of what we're trying to achieve, if we don't have the mindset that, well, we need to have two people, chair and vice chair, that have always voted with us. I think, that's something that perhaps in an emotional or subjective way we think about. But I think if we're going to be realistic, and if we are truly dedicated to working together, it needs to be kind of somebody who's typically been on the minority side and typically been on the majority side of the votes. And that's just something that popped into my head as we've been talking about possibilities.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens?
I feel that I need to make this statement for, going forward, whoever sits in the chair position. The year that I was chair, and comparing what I have observed this year with the chair, are light years apart. I was very often told I could not do things, I had to stay in my lane, this, that, and the other. And it's just been very interesting observing the current chair this year and all of the involvement and all of the things in the district, including meetings and et cetera, et cetera. I would hope that in the next year that whomever is sitting in the chair's position is fair, is not marginalizing other board members, and is looking at this as more of a team effort, and going forward how we can possibly heal, because we are broken. And I definitely hope that that person is someone who listens to everyone and accepts everyone's thoughts and ideas, and tries to move us in a different direction than we have been going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I say something there? I think that I actually would agree with Ms. Gittens. This is an opportunity for us as a team to come together and support each other. That did not happen my first 4 years. I'm willing to work very hard to help with that. I feel like I've always respected everyone at the table, and I will continue to do that regardless of the outcome of the chairs, regardless. But this is an opportunity for us as a team to be a team. And I would love to have that support. And I would love to be able to lead and be that support. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Morgan?
I can't support Mrs. Giovanelli, and I won't.
Ms. Patrica?
Again, this has nothing to do with whether I like you or I don't like you, or I feel like you've disrespected me or you've yelled at me or whatever. This is about running a meeting, whether it be a briefing meeting, workshop, or an action meeting of the board. And we can promise to work hard going forward. We can promise to try to get this. This has nothing to do with factions. This has nothing to do with anything. This is who can run a meeting of the school board. That's as far as it goes for me. And I will repeat that the only way I have to judge who's going to be good at that is who has done it in the past, and who has shown the characteristics necessary to be at the board table on time in order to run a meeting. That's this has nothing to do with feelings or who I like or who I don't like. This has to do with who can run a meeting. And I've already said I'm supporting Debbie I'm sorry, we're on vice chair. I don't know who I would support for vice chair.
Thank you. So if there's no further discussion around these two items, just be prepared. On the 17th, we'll have the swearing-in ceremony, and then there will be a discussion and a vote at that time for chair and vice chair. Thank you. Next part is our next steps, and then we'll move on to board member comments. Next steps, and the immediate next steps are for board members to send to me any items that you feel you need in order to help you champion your area of the strategic plan so that we can move forward with that. I will send to you the resolution list with a column for you to indicate whether you believe that that should be a resolution or an acknowledgement, which you will return a paper form of that at the next board briefing, board workshop, which will be November 16th. At that workshop, we'll discuss that list, and then we will also discuss the few items that we needed clarification around today in the protocol manual, so bring those back then as well. December 1st is the tentative date for the board attorney training piece. And then in January, we have, I don't know that we have a date, but sometime the beginning of January will be the discussion around the LGBT agenda. Anything that I've missed or that you would like to have added to those next steps?
Ms. Fisher, do you have anything?
I think that's accurate. Thank you, Mrs. Fong.
Ms. Giovanelli?
I agree with that. That seems accurate as well.
Thank you. With that, I will turn it back over to Mrs. Jordan for board member comments.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to start with Ms. Fisher. Do you have board member comments, please?
I think I had some prepared, but I want to save them for the 17th because I hope to be able to be there in person. I just want to thank everyone for all the work they've put in this year and just remind us all that our job is to stay focused on the mission and vision, do our fact checks and keep current on the agenda items, work for the greater good, and do what's best for kids. And I believe that all of us are committed to do that, and I look forward to a renewed teamwork effort in this board, and thank you all.
Yes, I do. I actually, a couple things. First of all, I would like to wish Mary a speedy recovery, and I hope to see you on the 17th, Mary. So just get relaxed and refreshed, and we look forward to seeing you as soon as possible. This is for Dr. Atkins. I've had several phone calls regarding the Wednesday makeup day. I know they're making it up for yesterday and everything, but many teachers and students had appointments for tomorrow, Wednesday, and I don't know if anybody thought that through, but I mean, lots of teachers are now going to have to take vacation time or, to get their doctor's appointments. And with COVID, it's been very difficult to get doctor's appointments, and especially in person. So now for them to reschedule that, it's become a hardship on a lot of teachers when they had planned it, because this was planned. So I don't know if when y'all are making that decision, and the cabinet was making that decision the other day, if they thought that through. And I understand, we are making up a day, unfortunately, and having to make that day up. But sometimes when we have our staff making plans, and then those plans change, it does become a hardship sometimes. So I just want to, bring that to everyone's attention, that it's important that we think of everyone. And I look forward to seeing everyone on the 16th.
Fisher? Yeah. She's still there.
Ms. Fisher, I just want to address you. I am stunned to hear the upbeat, high energy nature of your voice. If it were me and I had undergone what you've undergone in the past week, I would not sound that way. I'm very, very, very encouraged. I had no idea what to expect. But hearing your voice today has been very refreshing for me. It's a new board as far as I'm concerned beginning today. It's a new board. As I look at you, Ms. Gittens, and I look at you, Ms. Vaughn, and I can't look at Ms. Giovanelli, I know that there's been some tension, but I don't care how I feel. I care about the issues that are placed in front of us, and I'm going to make every effort to find common ground with you moving forward, beginning today. So I can't apologize to you for anything specific that I've done because I'm not entirely sure I always know what I'm doing. But I can tell you that I'm committed to making this work for kids. So I invite you along on that journey. And if you have an issue with me personally, please talk to me about it. Please don't hold on to it. If you think I'm being dishonest, if you think I'm being deceitful, if you think I'm being political, please don't call me out for it at the table. Please have a conversation with me about it so that we can try to find some level of understanding and move forward. And that might require some mediation by our board attorney to make sure that we're within sunshine. And I'm happy to do that as well. But this dynamic, Ms. Gittens, where you can't even look at me, doesn't work for kids. And so I invite you to try, because I'm willing. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens, please.
I have to take a deep breath first. I do care how I feel. And I do feel marginalized. I do feel ignored. Being treated like I'm 2 years old, it just doesn't work for me, Ms. Petrika. And I have tried on 2 occasions talking with you privately, and being yelled at is not where it's at. I am just as I have a position on this board, and I have a job to do like everyone else does. I have seen the looks and the sighs and the rolling of the eyes at each other and the texting back and forth and Miss Gittens again. It hasn't stopped. And you will not say to me that what I feel is not working for children. I work very, very hard for children every single day. But I will not be ignored, disrespected, and talked to in any way, shape, or form that has happened recently. I will not be told again to stay in my lane. I will not be told to get with the program. If the program is equitable for every child, I'm on board. And if it's not, I will talk about it. And you will not stop me from doing that. And yes, I'm using the word I because it is a collective word. Inclusion begins with the letter I. And all I've asked for is to be included, and it really hasn't happened. When I sit here and talk about things that are inequitable, and there's this collective, oh, there she goes about Lehigh. I'm not talking about Lehigh. I talk about East Zone. And if I lived in Sanibel and the same situations were going on, I would still talk about it. And as I told you, Ms. Petrika, I refuse to sit here and count how many times I say I. Because it's not fair. I am doing my work. I am doing the work for children. And you saying publicly that I'm not, doing what's best for children is just a fallacy. And I have tried to get along with everybody on the board. I have spoken and had meetings with each and every one of you and walked away from most of them feeling like, okay, we're headed somewhere. But it's not. I keep referring to Maya Angelou's quote, when someone shows you who they are the first time, believe them. And I have tried to make that statement not true, but it is. I will not disrupt this board because I am more professional than that. I will do what I need to do and continue to work for the better of children. So I had to, and I hope whoever is the chair gets more support and help than I did. But I feel that I did a good job as chair, and I fulfilled my duties. So that's all I have to say about that. I have a couple of things I want to bring up. One is we received an email of a public records request from Andy Brown requesting anything that board members have said about, or the attorney, about him or in internal investigations and all of that. I thought we went through all of this before when we talked about the watermark. Policy 5.311 says, superintendent is responsible for ensuring that investigations are done, but they are not to be, and then including House Bill 1279, I can't look at the other numbers right now, but there are statutes out there that say board members are not to be investigated. And if they are, then it's to be done by the governor or the DOE, and we're to be informed. Now, if this was, I still don't understand, why was this asked? Why were they requesting what we might have said, which I didn't say anything at all, I know, personally, about Mr. Brown. But there again, and Ms. Patrica, no, I won't go there. It is distracting when somebody is saying something and you're typing so loudly. I'm sorry, it is. I'm not sure why this was brought up and why board members were mentioned, and I'm going to ask Ms. Bruno if she can follow up on it, because I would like to know why. I'll speak for myself. I, as a board member, was mentioned in a public records request on district email requesting information about board members. That is a question that I have, and I'd like to get an answer for it. In my conversation with the superintendent this week, I asked him to please follow up and give us an update from Lee Virtual School. We hear from academic services and from everybody else about what has and is happening in Lee Virtual, and I would like to have an opportunity, and I mentioned this to him, to have Mr. Schilling and his staff, maybe some of the teachers, et cetera, to come and just tell us and explain their journey that they have been on in these last 6 months, and what they have done, what they're doing, and just to give us an update from their department. Regarding the safety and security position, the new one that starts in December, I still do not understand why we would need that, especially if it's for COVID. COVID is almost, I mean, we're at a point now where by December 1st, we will be way, I don't know. I just don't understand that. I don't understand how it will not be an additional cost. And I feel that that was put in without complete and utter transparency, but I know that there's explanations for it. I was also wondering, and I don't know, Cindy, if I would ask you or who, but when I was looking at the website under the growth and capacity, there was a site selection committee and there's nothing there. Is there still a site selection committee, or, and this is rhetorical, I mean, you can answer me later. I'm just giving you the questions. And on the planning piece, when you go on to Envision 2030, there's not any information or much information about that section. So if you could follow up with me and give me some information about that. You may have seen, I was called by a reporter yesterday about doing an interview, and the interview was that she had spoken with several teachers, and the teachers were concerned about, passing kids and how we're going about that. And the question to me is, should we, fail kids in this pandemic era that we're in? And I said, I would like to reiterate what I said back in March or April, that from the time we went into this pandemic and the things we had to change, that education as we knew it will never be the same. There will be students, we have students now that are doing, parents have said, my child is in leave virtual or homeschooling, and we found out that we really like it, and they're not coming back. There are some that found out that they do not flourish in that way. I just feel, and I'm not blaming the district or anyone in specific, I am saying globally in this nation, we need to step back and look at education. And perhaps education is not testing, but learning skills. I know it's on our legislative list to talk about not having the testing in the state this next year. But as long as that's looming out there, teachers and administrators in the district are worried about, oh, we've got to, get them all into shape. We can't fail this many kids because what's our grade going to look like? Someday, somehow, we have to get away from what the grade looks like and really just focus on, did the child learn anything? And like I said, I am not blaming our district. They're doing a fabulous job with what they have to do and the requirements that they have. But somehow we've got to find another way of educating kids. I hear every day from parents of the kids that are quarantined and they can't go on to the Home Connect because it would be transferring them from another class and all the stuff. I don't know why in 2020 someone can't come up with that. How come we can't, why can't we tap into what's going on in the classroom if you're at home sick? And it's just a thought that's out there, but I think we need to put our fabulous educational minds that we have in this district together to somehow be the first to come up with a way to go through this and come out on the other end with educated children. Not tested children, but educated children. And that's all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Vaughn, please.
Yes, I hadn't thought of this, but since Ms. Gittens brought up Mr. Andy Brown, I actually, I had a question that I asked Melissa Mickey a while back, and it wasn't answered, and I asked her a second time and got a response earlier today, and my question was whether Mr. Brown was asking as a private citizen or as a district employee, and her answer was, I don't know. And so I re-asked the question in a different way, asking whether he had used his private email and signed it Andy Brown, or if he had used district email and signed it Andy Brown, Director of Professional Standards. And so I'm going to be waiting for that. But I, too, was a bit surprised and concerned for the same reasons that Ms. Gittens asked as to, at least the appearance that Mr. Brown was monitoring us again. And it's certainly completely his right as a private individual, and that's why I asked that. Is he asking as a private individual, or was he asking as Director of Professional Standards? And I think that's an important issue.
I can give you a response.
Oh, you can?
I haven't even
Okay.
asked
Well,
him,
yeah,
but
Melissa
I'm
couldn't.
going to tell you from my perspective, you know, there is, we do not investigate or look into board members, period. So there's no district action that's being taken on the behalf of the district as it relates to board members. So that would be something that would have to be on his own accord, but is certainly nothing that is sanctioned or directed from this office.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that, because that was the motive behind my asking. And certainly if he did use district email and sign it with his district title, that may have given him a so-called leg up on getting more timely responses. So again, I'm going to say he has every right to ask as a private citizen, and I'm glad that you've clarified that. And if he did sign as district personnel, that might be something for everybody to think about. Okay, I would like to see a moratorium on this board from invoking, how is that good for children, or this does children no good, because when we say something like that, the implication is that the person who's being questioned in some way doesn't care about children. And we all have our differences. That's been shown quite abundantly. But I think one thing that we can all agree on is there is nobody on this board who does not care about children. So I just want to remind those of you who use that phrase to think twice about using that phrase, because it certainly is the implication that somehow we don't care about children. And personally, it is very insulting to me when I've had somebody say, well, how is this good for children? Somebody whose career in the classroom spanned part of 5 decades as a mother, as a grandmother, as a former tutor, mentor, advocate, guardian ad litem, all those things, it personally insults me. So I would like to see a moratorium on that phrase that implies any of us don't care about children, because we all come from different backgrounds and different experiences, but we're not here not caring about children. Finally, and this is not really for discussion, it's a statement. I have been the Sunshine Committee person for the board for 2 years now, and we're getting into, it's time now. In November, the collection time comes along for the person who's the Sunshine. This is only for the 7 of us here. And it starts a new year and a new year of shopping. And although I've enjoyed what I've done and I like to shop and all of that, I feel like it's time for somebody else to do it, for me to share the joy of giving with. And I've asked, okay, and let me finish my statement here. I've asked several of you individually, and that's pretty much, and people saying, oh, but you've done such a wonderful job. Yeah, okay, and I'm a good shopper. But 2 years. I want to share it. And bottom line is, I'm done with it. Just to give you some tough love, which means think about it. We're not going to discuss it now, which means that somebody needs to step up and collect that money this month for the December shopping, because otherwise we're all just going to be individually giving gifts and cards if we want to. So, and I'll help. I have a list. I have all broken down. It was given to me as a list. And truly, it's so important for us to recognize with little remembrances all of our secretaries, executive assistants that do so much for us during the year. So just think about it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn, and you have done a great job.
Well, that doesn't take you off the hook.
Just want to let you know that, though. Ms. Morgan?
Yeah, so as you all know, I'm all about the work. So I'm hoping that the superintendent and his staff will be giving us a first quarter update from elementary, middle, and high school about where we stand. I know we've made some decisions relative to what the data the staff has seen, but I think it would be helpful for the board to see it. And I'm particularly interested in ESE and ELL. And I also want to make sort of a general comment. I think over the last, I don't know, half dozen months, given everything that's been going on, I think the connection between sort of decisions that are being made, particularly with respect to growth and how that's sort of playing out, it has sort of, that's continued, but our engagement in it has not. So I'm hoping that there will be an opportunity fairly soon to bring the board up to date on some of the decisions that are being made, and primarily they have to do with the East Zone and CTE. So those are my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And let's see.
Ms. Jordan?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have a comment, if I may. First of all, I thank everybody for the well wishes. And, you know, there's nowhere to go but forward, Ms. Patrica, so we have to keep moving. And I do that by letting go and letting God. And then I just wanted to say on the committee liaisons, I just want to ask board members moving forward this year, as we act as liaisons to the different committees, especially the advisories, if we can't be present, we need to ask for someone to be there for us, because a lot of the information is very important and has to be received by a board member. And that's my comment. Thank you.
That's really good. Thank you so much. And the only thing that I have one comment, is just that I appreciate each and every one of you, and we are all different, and we all come from different backgrounds. But that, to me, makes us unique and stronger. So together, moving on to next year and the following year, for some of us, I just think that we have to look forward and keep on going. And that's all I have to say. And Ms. Dupree Bruno?
Ms. Jordan, can I
Yes,
make another comment,
yes,
please?
yes.
So I want to just say a couple things that I think that was kind of overlooked, and I think I feel the need to comment. I do take offense to some of the comments that some of the board members have made. However, it is a new year, and we are starting over, and I'm more than willing to do that. I actually believe in forgiveness, so I have already done that. But I think it's important to know that I had 65%, my constituents with 65% overwhelmingly feel that I am doing a good job. So I think the voters are who I am employed by, and I will continue to do what's best for them. I think it's very important that this board needs to recognize that the community is who we are employed by. So that I believe is very important. I think also in campaigning, I never missed any meetings. As other board member has that chose to miss a meeting during campaigning. I attended all the meetings. So I think it's important that we recognize everyone as equal and equitable and give that opportunity for each. I think I also want to tell Ms. Gittens, I understand how you feel because I, too, was marginalized for 4 years. So I am continuing to start that this year. We'll start a whole new 4 years that will change things. And I am committed to doing that. And I will always be committed to that in the community. So it's important that we treat each other respectful and equitable. And I hope that this board can try to do that. I appreciate Ms. Patrica's trying to mend fences, and I'm more than willing to do that because it is always what's best for the children. And I will continue and have always worked and done what's best for children, despite what others on this board may have thought and think. So I think it's important that I address those concerns that that I've never done anything what's best for children, which I believe that at 65% overwhelmingly has decided that I was doing a good job. So whether some of the board members want to choose to believe that or not. So I just want to thank you, and I would love the opportunity to be your board chair and lead this school district in the right direction. Thank you.
We need to move forward, and so the conversation needs to go forward, and let's leave everything else behind, walk through these doors, and let's start as a beginning. So thank you for your comments. Ms. Dupree Bruno, do you have any comments, please?
I'm looking forward to seeing you all on December 1st. Please come with an open mind and hopefully with a new mindset and new possibilities of what can happen with this board. I do think that the board all have the same interest in terms of student achievement and watching out and making sure that this district is the best district in the state of Florida. So keep that as the center focus, and I'll see you on December 1st.
Thank you. Dr. Atkins?
Just a couple quick items. First of all, tomorrow is Veterans Day, so it's an opportunity to recognize our veterans. So that's just wanted to shout out to all of them. They are certainly why we are here, all of those efforts. It is also a makeup day, as Ms. Giovanelli pointed out. It is one of the things that I would say to board members when we're looking at that academic calendar is make sure parents do understand when you're talking to them. You know, we put that hurricane makeup day on the calendar for a reason, for planning purposes, so you can plan your appointments and so forth, knowing that that is a hurricane makeup day. The things that Ms. Giovanelli brought up, we definitely did discuss. That was part of our discussion when we were making that final recommendation. The concern was a couple things. One, it is we worry about academic continuity. So to come back today, then shut down again tomorrow, and then go back at it Thursday and Friday, that was one concern. The second is, at the time we were having the discussion, there was still another hot spot out in the Atlantic, and they didn't have directionality, but it was a pretty strong system, and we're not out of hurricane season yet. Hurricane season goes to November 30th, so we still had those 2 other days that you want to preserve. And then most people are considering, you know, that you're going to pick that first hurricane makeup day closest to when you actually take the day. So all of those things went into consideration, but again, make sure you go back to when we have those hurricane days on the calendar. That's why they're there. Update, Ms. Gittens mentioned Leave Virtual School and made a recommendation. It's something we also think is a very good idea. You're looking at a much larger number at this point. Having Mr. Schilling involved is something that I support since he's been a part of the Leave Virtual School for years and years. Also know that we'll be bringing forward that recommendation to you all for the next board meeting regarding the principal on assignment for that particular building that was discussed in the 101s. So we'll be working with the board and schedule a date for that type of an update if that's your pleasure, but it would be something that I am in full agreement with. Regarding the safety and security position that was raised. Just want to remind people from my perspective, as I've shared before, there's a lot of things this position addresses, not just the pandemic, which is going to probably continue for a while, but you're talking about any type you have a shooter situation in a building, you have a crisis situation, you have a hurricane, all of these district-wide or even localized events. It's really good to have someone, I think, who has been there, done that, and so I'm looking forward to him getting started soon. And as we explained, it was a part of the budget in terms of a budgeted position. We just changed the job description, and we've been through all of that, so I won't belabor that point. I am to address the need for an academic achievement update. It's already on the calendar for December 7th. So we will give an academic achievement update in terms of where we are related to the data. And at that time, I'm sure ESE and ELL will also be addressed, so we'll make sure that's a part of it. But the ELL piece is also why we wanted to put Dunbar High School on a workshop agenda. They are coming up November 16th, and that's a real gem. It really does a great job with our English language learners. So we wanted to bring that before the board and to highlight the achievements there, and know that that's one of those models that we are working to replicate across the district. We are having a proximity plan meeting this evening from 5 to 7. Just make sure that big group been invited to that meeting. So that's going to be down in Media 1 and 2. And then finally, just to say that I am really looking forward to getting to the work. We have the same team in place. In many ways, that's very exciting because we know each other. We know what the work is. We know what the priorities are. And it's time to really get back to it. Elections now, for the most part, in our wake, and so now we can, I think, really focus on the strategic plan, and I'm looking forward to what the new year brings. So thank you. That's all for my comments today.
Thank you. And I would just like to thank Ms. McClung as well for being here with us today and all that you do. Really appreciate you. Okay, and seeing no other business, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. And it is 3:23.